Okay. I'm excited to try this game out. Strm.1, welcome. Thank you so much for the sub. How you doing so far? On this fine, what is it? Tuesday? I almost said Monday. Wait, did I typo? I did typo. Whoops. Yeah, that was just a keyboard typo. I do know it's called Factor Y. What's up, Bloody Yuki? Alright, I've fixed the titles. Now, unfortunately, the chat bot thing that puts YouTube chat on the screen is out of YouTube quota, which is apparently something YouTube needs to deal with for Caster Lab, so I'll have to read out the YouTube comments because they're not going to show up on the screen for you Twitchers. Okay, let's see. Do I have everything ready? I think so. I think so. Which means we're gonna be playing the game. Alright, so I don't know too much about this game. I know Wally1169 was playing it. I know Dev seems like a pretty cool dude, but yeah, I played the demo for like 10 minutes, so I don't really know anything. And yeah, so we have our planet here, Planet Hope is where we start. I guess there's some moons of Planet Hope. And it says, welcome to the tutorial. To the left is the main menu bar. There you can find the wiki with much more information about the game. That button. Okay. There's also the render settings where you can hide this tutorial. I will not be hiding it. It's entirely optional. To get started, use your mouse wheel to zoom all the way in. Whoa. Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't quite understand the scale we were at. That's cool. So those are like resource patches. You know what? These graphics remind me of RuneScape 1. Which no offense to the dev. I don't think the dev made this game thinking the graphics are the most up-to-date, modern, beautiful graphics ever. That's not why we're playing the game. But it does kind of remind me of RuneScape 1. Those ore graphics for whatever reason. Okay, so anyway, they want us to zoom in, move around, place the starter in such a way that all the resource types are within its influence range. Iron, copper, coal, and stone. All the classic resources. You can find the starter in the hotbar at the bottom left. Okay, so I want iron, copper, coal, and stone. I assume... I don't know which one's which. Oh, there. I just highlight it. Iron, coal, copper, and that's stone. Okay, I probably want a decent amount of iron. So let's find a big blue patch. Are we gonna need water? I don't know if we're gonna need water. What about rocks? Is rocks different than ground? Is that gonna matter? Ooh, there's fog. What? Oh, is that a cloud? I think that's a cloud. Oh yeah, you can like zoom past the cloud layer. Interesting. Okay, analysis paralysis. Where should I start? Why not? Why not here? No, there's no copper there. Look, there's copper everywhere. I'll be fine. This seems like a good spot. All right, so we take the starter, which I assume is that highlighted thing, and plop it down here. And we place 2 miners, coal and iron. A miner extracts the resources in its range to be used by your factory. It mines faster the more resource tiles are in its range. Resources are infinite. So that is F4 and 1, a miner mark 1. Mines material from ore fields. Okay. I have 13 of them left, so I will not put more than 2 for now. Place 2 arms, taking coal and iron. The arm can move items between structures. Sounds like an inserter. 30 available. Can place and take items from structures, each pointing away such they grab the coal and iron. Move at least 1 coal and 1 iron this way. You can rotate them. You can remove structures by using delete or within their configuration dialog. Remove structures are given back to your inventory. Only items within them are lost. You can also copy structures by right-clicking them. Okay, so there's our pipette tool. Okay, so there's our little inserters. They look like little bugs. Those legs are very spidery. Okay. So, inserter's done. Place 2 are... Oh, taking coal and iron. I misread the directive. Alright, F2, 1. There we go. Place 10 belts, moving 5 coal and 5 iron. Place them in such a way that the iron and coal get moved close to each other. Ooh, I wonder what it's gonna have me do with that. I can't possibly guess. Oh, okay, so I have to rotate the belt. You know, this game kind of has the vibe of like what a factory game would have been in the like 90s. Which again, I'm not trying to be rude by that, but it's like it's almost in a good way. It almost feels retro in a positive sense. Okay, place a furnace somewhere near the iron and coal so you'll be able to feed both into it. Yeah, it honestly does look a little bit like the Factorio graphics, like from the very early days, the ones that, you know, they show sometimes, like the very first screenshots before they had any shaders or animations and like the old miners. Smelt speed 500. And what the heck is NRG? These it almost feels wrong. Like, what is NRG -5? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Speed 1. But this is speed 500. Clearly that's a different unit of speed. Okay, so here's a furnace. And then do I select a recipe? Al Wolf. Oh, is that the name of the furnace? Is it like Factorio where they all get names? Okay. There we go. Has that look of making iron plates. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, Blood Yuki, it's insane what Factorio has accomplished, to be honest. But yeah, I'm really excited to get into some of this game's unique mechanics. Like I put in the title, the Blackbox simulations. I think that's really cool. And that's actually what I think Shape-As 2 needed. The problem with Shape-As is that there are no Blackbox simulations. And so it's just at the scale of the game that you might want to play eventually, it's going to eventually lag out. But with Blackbox simulations, you can make mega factories unlike any other. I really want to know what NRG means. Natural resource generation. I don't know. Moving by 1/5 per CD? The CD... Oh, something day? Maybe that's how long a day takes. No, that wouldn't make sense. NRG is energy? Oh, like the word energy. Why wouldn't it just say energy? Do I have an energy readout somewhere? What's this? Oh yeah, there, energy usage. Interesting. CD is cooldown, yeah, probably. CDs. Interesting. Okay, place an assembler. Let's do that. Assembler. Yeah, it is probably energy. I feel like it should be ENG, not NRG. I think that's more confusing. Oh, alright, here's an assembler. Make 5 gears. Alright, we're doing factory stuff. Do I have to select the recipe? Wait, I can't do gears. Modules. Oh, I have to change the oh, these are categories. Right. Okay. I can make lots of things. Wow, okay. So we'll start with gears, which is 1 iron plate to 1 gear. A better ratio than Factorio would give you. Ah, that makes sense, Demon. That's a good guess. Make 5 gears. Okay, so I need to pull gears off. Things are just humming along. Look at our perfect little factory here. It's so cute. Yeah, that does feel like something a company would do to sound hip. Alright, place another factory. I'll put it over here. And now we're gonna make some belts. So we bring the gears and also those. And then we need to change the recipe to beltage. Alright. Now, do belts just go straight into my little inventory? Or do I need to feed them into the home base? Like Shape-As style. Yeah, they definitely need to be fed somewhere. I wonder if there's like a storage thing that takes all my stuff and puts it into the base. Place a provider. There you go. Place a provider to near where you produce the belts, since you'll need them in the next step. So provider structures placed into it can be placed on the planet. This reminds me a bit of... Oh, I need to... You know, I can just do that. It reminds me a bit of whatchamacallit, Factory Town, where some of the resources you produce have to be like available to build with, and you can set a limit. What should be our belt limit? 500? I think that seems good. And why don't I got used to right-click deleting, and now I'm like, how do I delete? I want to do it this way. And then does that give kind of a first priority? Yeah. Okay. And what is that? 2? Is that saying I have 2 out of 1 needed? Yeah. So it's a plate and a gear make a belt. So a belt is just 2 iron at the end of the day. And an iron is just... Oh, it's not... It doesn't tell me the recipe. That's interesting. I wish it would tell you the recipe. It's not immediately clear. Like, the only reason I know it's 1 and 1 is because of my factory knowledge and assumptions and watching it. It's not clear to me that it's 1 coal plus 1 iron equals 1 thing. And if the smelt speed goes up, does it use less coal? Does it use more? I don't know. Or is it just a fixed recipe where, like, it's a coal plus an iron? Not sure. Okay, so we're basically just waiting on belts, which are going very slowly. So it's time to ramp up production. Now the problem is, I don't know... We don't have, like, a long inserter? So how am I supposed to manage this? It might not... might not be ready for that step yet. Right, because I could put another one of these here, but then how do I get the... Unless, can you do crossings? No, I don't think you... No, that doesn't work. So yeah, I don't think we have a way yet to deal with that. I mean, we could do the, you know, the classic, where we just take some belts. I don't know if I have enough belts for that, actually. Never mind. Yeah, this is kind of like C block, you know, slow start. Yeah, I do wish... I'm guessing we'll get it soon, but not having the ability to cross over in any way means that you do kind of, for the most part, have to just wait for 1 furnace to give you everything you need. Which in this case is gonna have to back up all the way with gears, and then we should be okay. Is there a speed up button, or is this a fixed speed game? Selection mode, add, remove, set. Oh, cool. Render settings. Influence range. Minor area. Module internals. Stats overlay. 2 millisecond render. Nice. Full screen. Progress visibility. Oh, cool. It's like a... Wow, belts even have a progress. Interesting. Yeah, right, Complex? Like, a 2-lane belt, it really makes you appreciate what 2-lane belts accomplish. It is interesting to me how, so far, Factorio is the only game to do it. Given that Factorio is the GOAT, and everybody loves it, it's surprising no one else has copied it. Because people are copying other elements of Factorio, but no one has copied the 2-lane belt yet. Which I find interesting. I mean, I'm sure some game has. There's a lot of factory games these days, and I haven't played them all. But, nice little save. Here you can load and save games. How... Wow. This menu needs some work. It says I can load and save games. I don't... Oh, it's the button up here? Okay. Hello, world. Okay. So the planner, modules view, research view. Oh, here's the research. What do we got? Belts. Oh, here it is. Here's the long boy. All right. We will get a long boy soon. For now, though, we must wait. 2-lane belts is a lot harder in 3D. I agree. And yeah, like Dyson Sphere program gets around the problem by making belts easily changed on Z level. And you can have 3 belts kind of at all 3 Z levels feeding into a building sideways, and that's pretty easy to do in Dyson Sphere program. Satisfactory doesn't really get around it, to be honest. I'd say Satisfactory's solution is not very satisfactory to like just a basic row of buildings that need 2 inputs. It's kind of a pain to set up a splitter on every single one and connect every single one. I feel like it's actually interesting how tedious they make a basic operation like that. Oh, thank you, Bunny. That's good to know. Apparently we can research belt crossings too, and that will be cheaper to start with. But yeah, we're still just kind of waiting for belts. It is a slow start. I don't mind a slow start, but this might be a smidge too slow. Yeah, that's true, Dave. That the blueprints do help with that. The problem is blueprints, you know, you don't like start with them. It's a whole process. Anyway, how many belts do I actually have? How close are we? We're at 60. Okay. So I only need 20 more. That's only 40 more iron, which is in total 40 of these swings. So we should be getting close. Yeah, Wascally, it's totally fine with smaller amounts of buildings, and I guess by the time you need huge amounts of buildings, you're probably getting blueprints, so I guess it all works out. I guess it works. It is satisfying to connect things, but it's not satisfying when connecting things gets tedious. So it's a very fine line where something that is fun to do stops being fun to do. Also, we've made an interesting system here. I try not to make systems like this in Factorio. Essentially, it will like take turns. So we'll have 5. So the next 5 iron are all going to be turned into gears, is what's going to happen. And no iron is going to go over here. And so it does this weird thing where it'll make 5 in a row and then stop while the iron makes 5 gears. And then it'll make 5 in a row again. So it's kind of this weird like 5 on, 5 off cycle. Yes, the items are moving faster than the arrows, which probably could... I actually don't know. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe if it didn't, that would actually be visually harder to distinguish. I'm not sure. It's not visually a good thing. No, sorry. I agree that visually it looks wrong, but like it might be harder to distinguish what's on a belt if everything moved with the arrows perfectly. I'm not sure. All right, how close are we? 75. We're almost there. Just a few more. Just a few more. And we technically don't have to wait for the tutorial. I'm just following along. What is this? Sync chest-like. Spawns items for an input of modules and behaves like a chest. Alright, now you want me to make arms? Okay. Maybe... Is that research? Speeds up research by consuming research tokens. Speeds up research or does research? How do I make a token? Assume it's in here. Computer. Chip. Those are my buildings, assemblers and furnaces. Is it that? What's that? Burner. Influence. Chest. Provider. Lab. Oh, research token. So I need a gear and an iron plate, and that makes a research token. Okay, perfect. So then this can just switch. That's convenient that the recipe is the same. And I'm going to detour from... Also, yeah, that's my first like hard recommendation for the dev is change that icon. Because that icon looks like a menu icon. It does not look like an item icon. And that really should change. Because I thought that was actually another like menu button. Same with this. This should be slightly, and I know modules is kind of its own thing, but like it just doesn't fit visually at all. Like these are all graphical, and then that's just an M that looks like these types of icons, like menu icons. So maybe trying to get that a little bit more in line. And yeah, that one in particular does not quite look right to me. But we are getting research tokens, so now I need to select my research. Now, that's a faster belt. Belt crossings only takes 10 points. Sweet. So the lab is not... Wait, what? I'm confused. Oh, is it work? It's working? I think it's working. It's just... So that's what the light is. Okay. Alright. So that'll get us a belt crossing, and then we should be able to make kind of a satisfactory type manifold here. And finally, we'll be able to speed things up a little bit. So I'll just preemptively, I don't know, make three of these. Again, I don't know what their speed is. 500 total smelt time. 3.2 seconds is what that says. 3 seconds, 200 milliseconds. Trains and bots win. Not soon, that's for sure. Alright, 6 out of 10 researched. Oh, by the way, sorry, I have to lean this way to get out of the way. There's some stuff down here. That's energy storage. This red one is energy usage. The green one is energy production, I guess. And that's the solar brightness. So. Maybe I should move myself slightly. So you can at least see kind of those bars. And what was that bottom one? Storage? Yeah, that's fine there. Okay. I found your lack of faith disturbing. And crossings. Oh, are we gonna have to build crossings? Or are they built with belts, I wonder? Yeah, it does seem that the starter provides some amount of power already. Or something. And energy seems to be on a rental basis. Not like a power provided basis. Okay, so then crossings 0 available. Yeah, okay, so I do have to make them. Please tell me it's the same recipe. No! 4 belts and 4 screws. Okay. So how do I make a screw? Screw is also an iron plate. Okay. Oh, I see what happened here. I ended up spaghettiing everywhere. Okay, well you make belts still. And then I need belts and screws. So we'll do kind of just classic. Oh, no. Wrong. On this end. So do one there, and then one there. You make screws, you make belts, and that can make crossings. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, I mean, this wasn't too bad. Yeah. Part of me feels like the player should start with a few crossings, even if they're not researched. That could be part of the tutorial. Maybe right before you get the belts, because I feel like that's when you want to get multiple furnaces running, is at that stage. So maybe you give the player like 10 crossings to start so that they can get a multi-furnace setup running while they're waiting. Because especially if I was following the tutorial, this would be even slower. Because now I'd automate arms, and then I'd wait for my one smelter to give me everything I need. And I do think I could get a second smelter running, right, if I ran around behind this. So part of that's my choice, I guess. At least I don't have to manually craft corners. Oh, that reminds me of the Factorio rails, back when curved pieces were different than straight. Alright, so, crossings. Whoa, how did I do that? Oh. I feel like I tried that before and it didn't work. Anyway. Will I just be able to... Might need to be back here. Because if I do this... Then there's no... Yeah, that won't work. But I don't have splitters. So I have to do something like this. Okay. So then that is what we want. Can I just Control C? I can. Sweet. All right. There we go. Uh-oh. Wait. No. How do I don't need splitters. I made it this far. I made it very far into Pyanodons without needing splitters. We can do the same here. Now, will that work? Seems like it does feed it onto the close side of the crossing. So that does seem to function properly. I don't have enough inserters. Or I'll call them arms. That is their name. I don't have enough arms. That sentence sounded funnier coming out than I intended. Iron plates and gears. Okay. So I should just be able to run that normally. So then when a provider has an item limit of 500, what does that mean? Does that mean it won't accept anything that would go over 500? Because it's not a limit for that particular item. It's just a limit in general. Better arm myself. Yeah, there will be lots of arm puns, I'm sure. Hey Dylan, how's it going? Sorry if I missed your comment. Dylan on YouTube says, what does Blackbox simulations mean in this context? So Blackbox simulation is a term that I've used and I've seen some other people use for factory games where you essentially create a small factory. Like let's say this section here. It takes in 3 coal and 3 iron and it outputs 3 iron plates. And But currently it's using 3 crossings and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's using 12 inserters, 3 furnaces. Basically, what you can do is you turn it into a black box, which then is just a single building, essentially, that you feed in 3 coal and 3 iron and get out 3 plates. And so what it does is it allows you to create these modules, is the name for these black boxes in this game. And you can create these modules that do much larger tasks, and then that saves a ton of simulation time for the game because it doesn't have to simulate every single individual piece of that black box. Now it's just simulating one thing that does a lot more. And Factorio has a mod called Composite Factories. That is the name of it, right? Pretty sure that's the name of it. That does a similar thing, but it's tricky in Factorio because it's not on runtime. So you have to basically make your thing, you have to copy it into a text file, that then the next time you load Factorio, you can then craft that black box, so to speak. So Factorio, it's kind of not possible. At least with modding, it's not possible. And so far, I haven't seen another game that really supports the black box idea very well. I think Shape as 2 could support it in a future update, potentially, where you like run a section of platforms for a certain amount of time, and then it just like turns whatever it does into one building rather than simulating, you know, those hundreds of whatever, hundreds of splitters and cutters and stackers, you know, rather than simulating all of that and all of the belts, it could just have a platform where you feed in shapes in certain inputs and it just does that process to those shapes. I would guess if you were going to do a black box thing in Shape as, you would want it would probably be restricted to like, it can only do one process. It can have any number of inputs, but it can only have one output. Or, well, I don't know. You could maybe configure it so that there could be multiple outputs. But you'd have to feed them to certain, like, belts or something. I don't know. But yeah, Dylan, I'm curious how things scale up with that as well. I don't know how much space the modules take. We haven't gotten there yet. We're still very early on here. So, in any case, we're waiting for 35 arms, so that's going to take a minute. So are these all working? Oh no, I need another miner for both of these. Hello, this game looks weird. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Clearly the graphics are not the primary point. Yeah, exactly, Complex. It would be confusing. Like, you would have to almost make it a little bit of like trust the user, because you could always like buffer a bunch of stuff that you technically don't have the production for and then run it for long enough for the black box simulation thing to think that it's getting a full amount. Like, obviously it requires a little bit of not gaming the system, but the whole point is just to reduce the calculation overhead for the computer. Strm.1, I think, yeah, it's a similar concept. I don't know how Compact Machines works, though. So, yeah, exactly, Splitlit. We've talked a little bit about how this looks like old Factorio. But yeah, at this point, I think we're gonna start backing up, right? Or no, these don't make... Do these make at the same rate as inserters? I think they do. So now that I have 3 of these running, we should be getting 3 inserters worth of iron plates. I'm measuring things in arm speed rather than belt speed, which is about 2 seconds per swing, it looks like. And this can do 5 items. This looks like it's about 3 items per second, roughly. So we'll see what that ends up working out to. Okay, place a burner such that you can feed coal into it. All right. So we can make NRG to feed our war machine. No, it's not war. It's just regular old factory stuff. I don't know why I did that, because 2 in and 1 arm out is never gonna work out. So this makes 100 NRG, and I have 600 now, so I have 500 by default, it seems. And that should get me to 700. Yeah, the tooltip's telling me every weird number other than the throughput. Yeah, that is a bit interesting. Oh, Peloton, there, I remember in Factorio, there was, I mean, this wasn't even that long ago, so a lot of you probably remember it, but it used to not be a whole number of items per belt square. Like now it's exactly 8, but it used to be like 8.333 or something, and it was really confusing. Place an influence structure. Do I have some already? I have 10. Okay, so this is basically just a range extender for where you can build. It's basically power network. So this is kind of like a power influence radius. Yeah, shape as was pretty nice to have that like exact machine readout calculation. Okay, it wants me to place one. I don't like that when you zoom out, then you can't see the influence. I actually think you have to be too far zoomed in. I don't love that. Alright, I'll place one there. Create a module that produces belts. Ooh! We're gonna make our first module. Okay. Oh, you could, wait, you could have, there were 5-lane belts instead of 2-lane belts? What? I was not around at that point, if that was a thing. Okay, so within the planner view, which I think is this, place a source and set it to spawn iron plates. Okay, how do I place a source? See modules category. Oh, down here. So this is kind of like, whatchamacallit? Editor extensions. So we place a source for iron plates. So that's that, I think. Use arms to retrieve the plates. I kind of wish there were loaders for the planner, rather than having to do it this way. I guess, hold on. Let's do this more simply. I just hit Control C and... Oh, I didn't hit Control C. I must have just hit C. When you hit C, it goes to the modules view. Items could deadlock in turns for no apparent reasons. They weren't even gridded on belts. Okay, that's super weird. Okay, so then we're gonna make a belt maker. Oh, I like this. I like this idea already. Okay, so this fulfills like my factory CMO love. Like being like you want to make it condensed and efficient. So basically, I feel like something like this, because you can't do corner inserters. Something like this is what we want. And then F2 and 1. I gotta start getting used to the hotkeys. The spawners I think are just free. Nope, 5 available. But I think when you're placing stuff in the planner, it doesn't spend it. Yeah. The planner is like the editor. Like everything's free in the planner. So anyway, you make gears. You make belts. You make gears. Can I copy settings? Ooh. I wonder. Yes. Nice. Yeah, Dave, I assume you have to pay for them in the end. Please make sure to look at the planner and module wiki pages. Okay. I might do that now. Within the planner, you can use an infinite amount of the structures you unlocked so far. You can use sources and sinks to define both the inputs and outputs of the module. Note that the planner's state is not persisted. Make sure to generate the module you'd like to keep before closing the game. Depending on the source type, you can use arms or even belts to grab items from it. Sources have to be placed at the edges of your module. I don't know what that means. The sink can accept any item. So do I have to put these... But if I put it on the edge, it makes the purple box bigger, so I'm a little confused. Sources must all be on one of those edges. Okay. So then I need this. Control X doesn't work, by the way. I guess delete is an automatic Control X. So I need to do this then. And then... I feel like there's a way to do this better. Okay, hold on. We're gonna shift these over. Gonna shift this down. And then we should be able to squiggle this belt. There we go. Now we're thinking with portals. Now we're thinking with portals. And is there a reason? Nope. Can a module contain a module? Yes, it can. And that's also exciting, isn't it? Alright, we do that. I guess I can delete these because they're not going to be necessary for this particular build. Okay, and then I need sinks. Will that work? Maybe? Create. To create a module from its current state. This might fail for various reasons. Modularize action. And then you can place it. Note that you have to use its sources and sinks when interacting. Modularize ticks and divisor. Generally, modularized ticks define how long your module will run. it might make 10 gears and 10 iron in 1,000 ticks. In that case, it makes sense to set the divisor to 10, because then it makes 1 gear and 1 iron in 100 ticks. Note that its costs and duration are rounded up while the output is rounded down, so you want to find a divisor that won't cause too much loss due to rounding. This game allows for a slight rounding error for the output item count, so you can't lose too much. Interesting. Why did I do that? I don't think they have to be on the same edge. Yeah, but this, I actually wanted it on the same. Okay, and then there's a fast forward, you say? Extra fast ticking. Modularized divisor, modularized ticks. Wait, what? A limit. So if you restart and then speed up. Hey, Damon Talbot, how's it going? This game is called Factor Y. It's pretty interesting. It's obviously graphically a bit behind the times, but the essence of what we're doing now is making like a black box simulation that will make belts from iron gears, and then we'll be able to place that out in the world. So we're kind of figuring out... Oh, I'm apparently typing into that. We're figuring that out right now. No, Dylan, I'm sure it would let a module contain itself. You just have to make a module, and then in a new module, you could place the old one. So, I guess in that sense, yeah, you can't have a module contain itself. So then... I guess I'm a little confused now. Stop when sinks reach their limit. So you can set an item limit on sinks. Restart, cancel. Wait, why did it stop? Did we hit our limit? The default limit is 50,000 ticks. Module name? 2 belts. Okay, so I guess that worked. But it didn't... I want to know the numbers. And I want a divisor. Interesting, because these numbers aren't the same. So I guess I need to limit... Oh, maybe let's do it this way. So we'll limit each of these to 10. I guess I can just copy that. Maybe? No? Weird that you can't copy it. Oh, just right-click copies the settings too. And then these are going to be a limit of 10. And then the whole thing should just run and then finish. Otherwise, if it was just running constantly... Uh-oh. That didn't work. Something ate more than it should have. Yeah, we got extra gears. Interesting. In fact, that's always going to happen. Oh, that's so interesting. Okay. But I don't want to convert 40 into 18, because then I'm lossy. And then you lose throughput because of travel time, also true. Yeah, so maybe the best way to do it is to not set limits and just speed it up and let it run for a really long time. And eventually it'll get really close to the correct number. And maybe the rounding error will let me escape with the full amount intact. So rather than 50,000, let's do 500,000. And we'll restart. And we'll just let it run for a really long time. Oh, if you just mouse over here, it shows me. Blueprint, 17 by 6. There's the cost. It's 2 hours of runtime. And then we're gonna need a big divisor. That gets you something like 5,000 iron to 2,500 belts. Yeah, exactly. I'm interested to see how this works. All right. Hour and 50 minutes. I probably didn't need to go this far. But I can bet that our rounding error will be not a problem. Okay, so then I modularize 2 belts. So now these are my 2 modules. Wait. Oh, they're here like as buttons. Weird. You can name them the same thing. Can you... I guess you can go in and modify it then. So we want the divisor to be 3883. Oh, but I would have to do it again and save it. Okay. Well, let's go a lot shorter then. Let's just do 100,000. And the divisor then, what's a fifth of 3883? 3883 divided by 10 is 388, and then double it is 790? No, 760. 776. Alright, let's try that. Let's see what happens. I'm still new to all this. We're figuring it out. We are letting it run a set amount of time, Dave. That's what we're doing with the 100,000 ticks thing. Okay, modularized divisor 776. I guess I could just find the total. What's the number of belts we have here? 375, 383. If we add that, we get 858. 758. So if I do 758, then it should be an exact number. Watch it give me a different number of belts. That would be funny. Non-deterministic. Alright, let's see. What do we get? Hopefully the same. Yeah, that's the same. Okay, so now I modularize 2 belts. Module would produce nothing. Oh. That's not true. Oh, does each one of these end up with... So each one of these would need 1. So do I need to do 375 then? Oh, sorry, Taronin. Yeah, by the way, ads run a little bit more on Twitch for reasons that are full-time content creation reasons, as in a little bit more ad money helps. And the reason, so Twitch is dumb. I feel like I either go for complete 0 ads, which is one strategy, or I have to let Twitch do its thing. And unfortunately, there's not like a nice middle ground. They force They force a certain amount, otherwise they give you even less ad revenue share. And so it's really like, it very much is an all or nothing system. And yeah, as a full-time content creator, I need to accept some. So that is unfortunate though. I don't love it. But you can, you know, Prime subs, if you have Amazon Prime, that's free. You get 1 Prime sub free at least. Not that you have to use it on me, but let's try 375 and see if that works. Yeah, I may end up changing the ad thing. I don't love it. Okay, does that work? 2 belts. Okay, it didn't mind that. So now that does 2 belts from 8 iron plates. That's terrible. What? How did... How did it manage to do that? What's up, Walter? Yes, every item counts against me regardless. So I guess we're not within the rounding error here. So that's the problem, right? So the 375 works for the outputs, but it's but 391 over 375 is above the rounding error that they accept, which means it's counting as 2 of every input. So what I think we can do to fix it, there really needs to be buttons. Is there a button? It would be nice if there were buttons for like double the divisor and double the ticks. That would be a nice quality of life thing. So what's double 375? 350 doubles is 750, right? So if I double to 750 and then I go to the tick limit, which is which button? That one? No. Just the tick limit button. Oh, that one. Okay. So let's do 200,000. Let's see if that gets within the right frame here. You only got proper ratios by limiting sources and sinks. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, you're either accepting a time throughput loss or you're accepting a resource throughput loss. Let's see how the rounding went here. Although now I need to do 7. Let's try 770 or 769 as my new divisor. Let's see if that's within the proper amount. I wonder what the... I wish they told me what the rounding error was allowed to be. It's also interesting because the bigger your build is, the more lag time there's going to be on stuff. So yeah, you have to figure out what kinds of losses you're willing to accept. In this case, obviously, a double iron plate cost is not acceptable. So I will not be settling for that. Alright, now how do I delete these, by the way? No. Let's see, do they tell me? Modules? Tips? No. Stop when all sinks reached limit. Oh, that's nice. So you can have your sinks set to a certain limit and then put the divisor to that same limit, and then you just don't need to worry about the time. How do I delete these, though? Oh, there we go. I just hit delete over the icon. Okay. All right, so this newest one, it's still 2 to 8. Damn it. Oh, and it... They said they accepted some rounding error, but it doesn't really seem like they're accepting much rounding error, because at this point we're looking at only like what, 1%? Because I did 769, right? So 782 over 769 is, I'm gonna math it out here. 782 over 769. That's 1.017. So we're talking 1.7%. Dave, the problem with that is I don't have perfect... It's always going to waste a couple iron because of the gears kind of like getting the resources first. So it's going to make a gear, hand it there, and then make another gear. So it's going to be at least 2 or 3 gears extra. So we'll have a tiny bit of iron loss even if I set these to be specific numbers. I think I could... Now, it's worth noting, 769 was within the ratio, or the rounding error acceptability range. So that actually gives me some tip that 766 divided by 769, that's 99.6%, and that was acceptable. So let's try 770, and I guess we can kind of reverse engineer the acceptability ratio. And let's find out what happens. Let's see if it gets mad about this. Yeah, we could do a direct feed build. The problem with that is it's just going to be a lot bigger. I liked this because it was compact. I guess I don't even know if the size matters as much. I don't know what it does to the final output size. Modularize 2 belts. Okay, that worked. So let's bump it up one more, 771. And see if that's within the range of acceptability or not. Yes. We'll get there. And then once we know that range, maybe it's just 1%. It's feeling like 1% might be the number. I guess anyway. The problem is it's kind of annoying because if you do this stop on item limit reached version, then you're gonna end up what am I trying to say? You're gonna end up with like this being the number, and what you really want is your divisor to be in between these numbers, because then if you can go fudge 1% either way, then you want to land right in the middle. Otherwise, you would need to fudge 2% if you set it to these numbers. So it's like you set an item limit, and then you set the divisor 1% higher than that. I'm assuming it's 1%, by the way. Okay, so like this one worked too. Oh, you know what? I'm being dumb. Is it rounding down? No, it's not rounding down the belts. We are still getting 2 belts. But it's also still doing... Why did the number of arms just change? 240. Oh, that's how many arms I have in the base. Never mind. Okay, so what did I set it to? 771. What's 782 over 771? That's still 1.4%. Okay. So what would be 1%? It would only be 7.8. So so I guess we just have to look at these two and see what their differential is. That's the easiest way to do it. So the difference is 20 minus 4, 16, which is going to be more than 1% of each. So I need to increase the ticks, is what I think we need to do there. So let's try something. Let's try a limit of 1,500 for each of these. Or actually, no. Okay, check this out. Let me see. Because this top one always gets a few more than the bottom one. And I think that's going to remain a constant. Once they're steady state, it's just a flat number ahead. And that number is... I thought I had stop when sinks reach limit selected. So all your sinks have to have limits selected. I see. That's bothersome. Oh, there's so many little quality of life things that, like, I wish I could slightly change. Okay, so if we take away the limit here, and then I need to make this a smaller number, 20,000. I just want to see how far ahead it gets. So it's ahead by 7. Okay, so then let's set this limit to, I don't know, 1,200, and this one will be 1,207. And then we set the divisor to be 1% above that, which will be 1,212. And let's see what happens. And maybe everything will be okay. It stopped. Why did it stop? Why is it stopping? Oh, the number of ticks is being reached. Right. Whoops. Yeah. Apparently that is the case, Walter. Now, why did those numbers disappear? What did I hit? Why is it not showing me the limits anymore? I must have hit some hotkey to stop showing me information. I wonder what button I hit. Okay. So modularize 2 belts. So it allowed that to happen. And it still is rounding wrong. Why is that? 12 was the divisor, wasn't it? And those have only spawned 1215 iron plates. So it really rounds. So the rounding error is less acceptable on the sources, apparently. Let's do 1215 and see what happens. Also, what button did I hit? I need to know. What did I do? No. Oh, no. Back. I really want to know what button I hit. That's in. It was showing me before, and now it's not. Okay, those are all still 1215, modularized, 2 belts. It allowed it to happen. Yeah, why is it not showing me the numbers anymore? Where was that setting? I feel like I remember seeing a setting for it and we turned it on. Am I making that up? Oh, you're right. It is just zoom level. Interesting. Okay, well that's helpful. All right. Hey, we got there. That was a lot more work than I anticipated, but we'll learn the systems. We'll learn the systems. Okay, so now we have a 2 belt maker. Nope, that's a 1 belt maker. So we went outside the acceptability range for one of them. Damn it. Okay, now someone else was saying something. What if I did it so that it made twice as many? Would that change the percentage that it's off? Or is it always going to be the same percent off? So instead of 1215, what if I do 607? Then are we going to get... Does that change anything? I don't know why my brain's not working. Because if the error... Oh, you don't have to rerun it when changing the divisor? That's helpful to know. It makes sense now that you say it. But, that is helpful. Okay. Why? Yeah, my brain's not mathing properly. Will that change anything? By doubling the divisor? And can you set a divisor to a decimal? Because 607 is slightly under half. I don't know. Let's see what happens. 2 from 12? That's like the worst possible result of everything that we've had so far. No, I guess it's the same as the last result. So what if I do 608? Then that should cut the belts down to 8. Yeah, or the plates down to 8. But it still doesn't give me the full belts. Interesting. So 608. What's my math here? 1200 divided by 608 is 1.97. Yeah, it's just a little too far off. So we basically have to run this until those two numbers get within a closer range. Because that's always going to be 15 ahead of that one. Right? And it doesn't matter what I set the divisor to because the percentages are off. Like if I have the divisor again, I don't think that fixes anything. Oh, it did. 6 to 16 now. Interesting. Huh. Okay. What about 152? Now is it going to be just 2 less belts than it should be? Yeah, instead of... Okay. I guess that makes sense. Because it's like... It's just that last cycle that we're not quite getting enough. And if I were to change the divisor... I think it'll go up in terms of the iron plates if I change from 152 to 151. Or 150. Yeah. 151. Then that gets us 36 plates. And one more belt. How is it only one more belt? That's so weird. Interesting. Huh. Wait, how did I end up... I have no idea what that's doing. Because, yeah, 151, if I do 1215 divided by 151, it's 8.04. If I do 152, it's 7.99. So, yeah. Can I do 151.5? No, there's no decimals. Okay. So, yeah, all of this is just figuring out some limit of acceptability. Sir Moosin Walter from YouTube says there's no building production limits, but you can get clever with inserter layouts to divide resources evenly, but that takes extra space, of course. So yeah, why don't I just then let this run for even longer? We'll take off these limits. And I'll just let it run for a while. Is there a pause button, by the way? What if you wanted it to stop running partway through? Because there's a stop when the sink's limit's reached, but is there a stop when I say stop? I don't know if there is. Oops. Just went to research. Okay, there we go. All right, so we were close to being where we wanted to be on the last one. So maybe I let it go to like 2,000. Because if it's always ahead by 15, and the input always rounds up, it feels like there's no whatchamacallit. It doesn't feel like there's any threshold for the input. The input always rounds up. So we want to stop. Oh, well, it stopped automatically there, I guess. So if I did 1954, probably gonna not work. What if I do 1953? Like, is there any rounding for input, or is that gonna save it as 2 iron plates each? 2 belts. Right now we're just doing a lot of learning, okay? This is fine. Yeah, it rounds up, like, at less than 1%. You know, whatever 1954 over 1953 is, that's like 0.1% or something. But if I do 1954, then that one is correct. Oh, we got there. The rounding worked. So 1954 over 1938 is acceptable. 1.008. Okay. So I think it gives you a 1% leeway on the output, but it does not give you any leeway on the input. That's kind of, at least so far, that's what the numbers seem to support. Sweet. Okay. So that was a long journey of discovery, but now we have a beautiful blueprint that I'm gonna go ahead and delete all this crap. And now I have... Yeah, we scienced the hell out of that. I liked it. Now we have this thing. And so what I can do is feed this thing iron, and it should feed me back belts. It is interesting. Yeah. So the sources are all still separate. Can you feed those with belts? Could I have just done it this way? No, that doesn't work. You can't just go straight in. Okay. Interesting. So then I do need something like this. Sweet. So then that just takes 4 seconds to turn some iron into belts. And it does take the same amount of space in the world. That is important to note. And then we'll have this guy who puts belts into the system. I did like my limit of 500 for belts. That seems reasonable. And now I feel like I need a furnace layout. Right? But I don't know if I have enough. Yeah, I need more crossings. There's also no splitters yet. Let's look at our research. So it's a very wide research tree. 2-belt mixing. Mix and swap 2 belts. Okay, so that's kind of like a splitter-ish, I think. So let's do that. And I already forgot what we need to make the research points. Research points. A gear and a plate. Okay, so how do I delete you? Delete. That's how you delete. I would like to do it in a way that works with this. I don't know if that's gonna happen. No, I guess we can do it this way. Gears. Plates, make science packs, and then science labs. Here, I do only have one of them, so there we go. Why is that blue? Because it's selected. Ah, got it. Sweet. Sweet. Okay, now, the tutorial. You now know most of the basics. Maybe. I don't know about that. Make sure to automate the production of all the structures you're using so you don't run out of them. Unlock new technologies for more structures and features, and design efficient modules. Research and place a launch pad to start the space phase of the game. This will take some time. Feel free to hide the tutorial in the render settings for now. Gears aren't making it into the research maker. Thank you, Walter. That is accurate. There we go. Ta-da! Okay, so that'll slowly research the splitters, and while that's working, let's start a new furnace-y kind of build. So let's think about how we want to do that. I probably want... I wonder what the minimum is. Maybe I should wait till I have the mixers, to be honest. Yeah, the mixers are probably going to change my design here. So let's wait until we have those. For now... I should just look at recipes, I think. What all are we gonna need for? Because we're gonna want more furnaces, which requires stone bricks. Stone bricks, I assume, are just made by smelting stone. So let's actually get some of that going. Stone is over here. So we can... I'm gonna need more miners soon as well. Ah! I need to get these hotkeys. F8 and then 3 is my depositor. Nope, that's not what we want. We need an assembler. There we go. And then you make burner furnaces. There we go. And then you deposit into F8 3 this guy. And we'll limit that to 100. If you have to pay for everything in the module, you want to basically not use them until you need to scale way up. Yeah, you definitely need a mall that's running pretty effectively. And, you know, there's really no point in using this. I could have just built this. You know, it's far more, yeah, about scaling things up, for sure. But we are done. Hey, research. Finished research of 2-belt mixing. Okay, so now there are swappers and mixers. Swaps items of 2 belts. I have to make them first. Alright, what's the recipe? Recipe is 2 belts and 6 rods for both. So then... yeah, let's make rods here. I assume those are just iron, I hope. Yep, rods are just iron plates. So screws, gears, and rods are all the same recipe. That feels a bit, what's the word? Like, do we really need 3 different things that just are one step away from one iron plate? I don't know. Realism. Yeah, little bit of Pyanodons or AAI going on there. Alright, let's do 100 for those. It's weird, you can't override it to copy the settings on that one. And we're getting nowhere near enough rods for the second one to ever get rods. I just realized. What happens if you have 2... do they take turns? I doubt they take turns. They do not take turns. Yeah, Walter, you're saying one reason not to use these is because you have extra arms to shuffle things in and out of sinks, which is a good point. And you're adding extra belts too, because you're belting to this, which then is belting to the buildings, so you're kind of doubling down on arms and belts cost. But oh, and you have to pay for the chest likes. Interesting. I kind of forgot that those also have a cost. So what are the recipes for the chest likes? You need chips, which consist of iron plates and copper plates. That's like the total raw input, I think, is what it's showing me. Speaking of pie, how's my run going? It's not. I've been done with the pie run for a while. I wasn't fully burnt out, but I was kind of getting to the point where, like, I knew if I kept going with Pi, I was going to burn out closer to when Space Age came out. And I wanted to be really excited for Space Age. So I have not been doing Factorio for a while now. Okay, so a mixer. Curious. Whoa. That's glitchy looking behavior. So that seems to be equivalent to a Factorio splitter. Yeah. And then the other one just straight up swaps the belts that things are on, I think. Which I'd like to make a few of those, so I'm gonna delete that one for now and make a few swappers. Can you use a mixer to make an every other coal iron belt to feed furnaces? Would that work? Or is that crazy? That seems like it's prone to breaking. Yeah, let's not do that. Huh. I also wonder if they can grab from swappers. So like if I have a swapper here, I guess I need to move that down a little bit. And the iron's coming in that side, and the coal's coming in this side. Can I grab? Oh, you know, it looks like it teleports the items. I don't think I can grab. Yeah. So then, is the strategy to put a swapper like this? Is this the smelter strategy? I think it is. And then you just keep swapping. Can you flip a blueprint? Unfortunately, no. But yeah, so that seems like the smelter strat. Because then you've got both resources to both, and you just keep swapping back and forth as you go. That's actually a strategy. It's kind of funny. That's a Factorio thing that people do sometimes. How many of those do I have? 332 arms? When did I get that many arms? I don't even have those automated right now. Right, the game keeps running in planning view, Walter. Good point. Yeah, okay. So we were making arms the whole time we were sciencing, I guess. Yeah. Also long inserters. Thank you, Complex. I forgot about long inserters for some reason. We've also got research going, so let's see what else we can do here. So that's just faster. That takes 100 points. 3 belt mixing. So that's like satisfactory. Merging 3 into 1 or splitting 1 into 3. Solar power is expensive. Smelting requires tier 2 of research. Wow, mining time is a very expensive research. Tier 4. Burner power, tier 4. Nuclear power, tier 5. Plug-in system. Improve structures' behavior by example, letting them only accept specific items. Interesting. Stacking, item stacking. Modules unlocks better structures for the module creation. Interesting. Space research. Make it possible to colonize new planets. Tier 4 research. Influencer. Larger version of that. Miners Mark II. Assembly Mark II. Long arms are 200 points. Faster spiders. 300 points. I'm gonna call them spiders. Belts require tier 2 crossings. Researching the tier 2 research costs 100 tier 1 research. Okay. In that case, there's no more cheap researches. So 200. Yeah, Walter, I agree. The research tree could really afford to split the topics by tier instead of this big wide view that tells you nothing about the relative cost or complexity. Yeah, I think this research tree is pretty rough. So, kind of a side note, I very much respect the developer for releasing the game into 1.0. I think it's up to the dev how much polish they want to put on their game, right? But there are definitely a few things here where it's like, I wouldn't feel like that's quite ready for release. Like this tech tree is kind of a hot mess. I don't want to be rude, like, I've seen a lot of tech trees in my life, and this is, as far as tech trees go, this is about as basic as you can get. Like, it works, it's functional, but it's certainly not laid out well. You know, like, there's no sense, like, why was a research that you want really early on in the game all the way to the right side here? Why is that over there? Like, shouldn't all the ones that you want early game that you can do with tier 1 research be in the same spot? Why the heck are belt mixers over here? And it's probably because of the way it spreads out like this. But I still don't think that's... So yeah, it's like, that feels not red. Like, why wouldn't you rearrange this a little bit? So there's a little bit of polish that this game feels like it was lacking for what is a 1.0 release in my mind. But again, like, maybe the developer's like, this is the most that I want to do for it, right? Like, you can put 80% of the polish on a game and then release it. You can put 90%. You're never going to get to 100%, but you could put, 99%, and you get diminishing returns, right? Like, at some point, you want to be done with the game. And so I fully respect if that's the point the dev had gotten to. But I do feel like there's quite a few little things that even the dev probably knows could be better. Like, I'm guessing the dev is not looking at this research tree thinking, yeah, this is it. This is the perfect research tree. I couldn't lay it out any better than this. Like, I have to believe the dev is not thinking that, right? And so they chose to release the game knowing that, like, this is the state of the research tree, and that's fine. But I do think it's little things like that end up making players want to quit. So I'm very much a quality of life and polish person in terms of what I like to think about with game design. So again, I'm really not trying to bash the dev at all. I think the dev's done a good job. But polishing the research tree a little bit, I think, is something that I would prioritize before a 1.0 release. Like, I think that's the sort of thing that feels early access and not full release. But again, yeah, like, so Walter just said, I think it's largely a solo project that's gone more for scope than polish. And, like, yeah, that's totally fine. Again, it's totally up to the dev, like, how they want to focus on certain things. Like, would they rather add more features or add more polish? And for them, they're like, maybe I just want more features. And there's nothing wrong with that decision. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna actually, like, play the heck out of this factory game. I've been talking and doing nothing for a while, but I want to actually, like, scale up. I want to get all the buildings. We're gonna make progress here. So I need to use the restroom. I need to do a little stretchy stretch, and then we'll be back. So you guys take care of your bodies. You take a break too, and we'll be right back. All right, we're not back. I don't have my water. Okay, now we're back. All right, so we are gonna focus on what? How do we scale up here? So we really need a mall, so to speak. Like, we need to be getting miners, we need to be getting arms, we need all the things. So let's focus on, we need more assemblers. Ugh, there's a lot of things we need. So for now, I think I'm gonna ditch the splitter and merger area, because I need to focus on the more important things. We'll ditch science as well. Okay. Now, so belts, arms, assemblers. Those are like the first big three. I wish we could view recipes without having to go into an assembler. Can you do that? Hold on, maybe we can. No, the recipe's not there. Okay, so 2 iron plate, 2 gear. Now, are arms an ingredient for anything else? I don't know. 8 gear, 8 stone brick. Miners are screws and iron. Burners are stone brick. Influencers are cables and wires. That'll be copper. Rods and screws. But I don't need that stuff to work on what I'm doing now. So let's mainly focus on the big ones. Which mostly only needs gears. So then I need a bunch of gears is what I'm feeling here. How many more miners do I have? I only have 2 more. That is enough to get 4 of these smelters running. Copy that. Oh. I guess this is splitters at home? Splitters at home time. Okay. And then yeah, I'm fine with prioritizing belts. Those are always going to be important. So then we'll run that way. And now we get some assemblers for gears. Going this way. Ah. Okay. And now should be able to make the inserters. Arms, sorry. Am I ever gonna get used to that? Probably not. F8 and 3. We'll limit that to 200 for now. I know that feels like a lot, but like we place them all over the place, so that feels necessary. And then we need more assemblers. I need stone bricks for that. That's screws. What was miners? Also screws. Interesting. Okay, so I need stone bricks now. How many furnaces has that made over time? I have 25. I definitely want those to stay automated. Let's see. For now, I will just put the bricks on a belt going up here. And then feed that way. Yeah, this is where long inserters would be nice, but I need a bit more automated research for that. So for now, we'll just do a belt crossing. To feed in the bricks. Now, did that copy the limit? It did. I think 50 for now is good. Running low on power. Yeah, I only have 800 power produced. Do belts cost power? They do. Belts use 1 power each. So, unlike Factorio, belts are not just kind of generically free. In terms of you can just place however many you want, it doesn't matter. I wonder what happens when you're low on power. Does it describe in the wiki? Tips. Energy. If you run out of energy, your structures will slow down accordingly. Okay, so everything just goes slower. Is the cost there. Death spiral time then. Yeah, exactly. So you don't want to run out of energy. Don't do that. Do not recommend. Okay, and then I really need to automate crossings. They're way cheaper than the swappers, so I think for now, like, resource volume is limited, so I do think I care about overall price. So then the crossings... Oof. I mean, we're short on everything right now. What were the crossings again? I think they were belts plus something? Belts and screws, that's right. So... yeah, Alright, we'll do it that way. You'll be screws. And I don't know, we'll do 75 crossings. That's low on power again. How many more of these do I have? 16? Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't mean to delete it. How's it going, Dead Kika? What's the mining speed, by the way? Is it faster? I don't know what CDB versus CDE at the bottom means, but it looks like it takes 4 seconds per ore. So a miner is too slow for an arm, is the short of it. Alright, well this is gonna go pretty rough because I think all the gears are gonna end up going to making arms and assemblers for now. So maybe I do need to set these limits a little smaller. Miner speed scales with how many resources are in a 1 tile range. Thank you. I did read that earlier. So this one would be the fastest miner, and it's at 4 seconds. But like this one is at 7 seconds because it's way slower. That doesn't seem like that matches an arm, because if that's 4 seconds... Oh, so this thing saying 2048, that must be the swing speed from one side to the other, but then it doubles. Because it does seem like it's matching the arm in speed. So that swing speed must be half, basically the 180 time. Yeah, complex. I do think we could just make a bunch of separate resource lines, or we could use splitters, right? Like if I want to make sure some iron is getting over here, I could take a little bit off the main line first. Problem is I just am not getting very much in general yet. So I think for now, small limits is what we want. So let's limit to only 10 providers, because I'm not building huge builds right now. So just to make sure we don't run out, basically. And then that'll back up the gears. And then arms, I think I'll limit to... I have 320 available, so I'll keep the limit at 200 for now. And we won't have to make any arms for a while. And then, yeah, the splitters are the other big one. I think 75 is a good limit for that. Oh, direct feed builds next to miners. Yeah. Yeah, part of the problem is we don't have as much area as you think. Where's the influence button? I really wish the influence would show when you zoom out. That's like genuinely frustrating. I'm not even that far zoomed out, and like I understand it's going to map view, but I wish you could show influence in map view too. Feels a little weird that it doesn't, but anyway, I don't have that huge of an area to build in. And so I need to start making those influencers soon. Sounds funny to me. I guess it's just called influence, but I mean, I do have 10 of them, so that's not nothing. You know, I can get a bit more area here. Influence does not have to be adjacent. It doesn't seem. Not 100% sure, but it seems like not. Just call them power poles. Yeah. Okay, I'll call them power poles. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so our gear's backed up yet? Almost. I guess this gets double... These buffer double their amount? Yeah. Okay. So there's a decent internal buffer then. You're gonna get 2 buildings worth buffered inside of it, plus the building that's buffered in the output. So that's 3, plus the one that's buffered in there. So that's, I've already got like 4 more assemblers lined up as soon as we use any. And for things like belts, that's not really gonna matter, but you know, when you're only wanting a few buffered, you wanna think about kind of all the extra buffering that happens here. All right, and then miners are the thing I'm not making. Crap. Okay, so that's what we need to make now. What's the recipe again? Is it screws? It's 4 screws and 4 plates. Okay. So then, yeah, what I might do, this might be a good opportunity. Oh yeah, there's coal up there. Perfect. I have no more miners left. I'm gonna steal these 2. I don't think I need this many. It seems like these do not eat very fast. Thermal energy. I should tell me how long one coal lasted. But it seems like we have plenty of time. Yeah, complex, that's an interesting idea of like, what if we just made modules that you plop on top of an ore patch and then it just spits out completed stuff on the other side and you put it straight into one of those providers and you're done. The problem is you need to combine coal with iron for pretty much everything, or coal with copper, or coal with stone. So it does seem like having some amount of centralized stuff makes sense. But if you're only talking... Oh, can you even put miners in a module? Yeah, you probably can't. So you would put a module, but you could, you know, if you find a giant patch of something somewhere. I mean, God, this game is... The map is way bigger than it has any need to be, I would say. You know, but it's like if you find a good patch of coal right next to iron, you could have some sort of special build. I don't know. But yeah, what I'm thinking here is we take some of this stuff and we make just something simple. This. Providers being global means you have very little need to centralize. Yeah, exactly. And the fact that, like, you don't need to actually have centralized smelting or whatever. Yeah, I'm curious what the late game in this game kind of looks like. It's going to be very different, I think, than most games. Okay, so that's going to be... I didn't mean to do that. It's weird. So when you're building this, look at where the mouse is. It's in the top left of the building, not the center. And that kind of bothers me. I'd rather be building the center tile than the top left corner tile. Alright, so we make screws, and then we get screws and plates to make the miners, and then there we go. So now miners are automated, and I can find the stupid duty bopper. I don't know, 200? Yeah, you know what? I didn't even... It's funny, Complex, you mentioned that. I didn't even remember that hand feeding was a thing, because this is like an RTS view. I wasn't even considering something like that. Yeah, not being able to hand feed does make the early game a bit slower. I guess it didn't strike me as weird because I just played through Shape As and also the Block Factory game, and so those are both the same thing where like there's no player character, there's no inventory. So I guess I kind of have gotten used to that style of factory game for a hot minute. Sweet. Okay, well I've got... Yeah, hand feeding is how you bypass not having long inserters and splitters and crossings and stuff. Undergrounds, I guess they are in Factorio. Okay, so those are just gonna go forever. I don't really need to worry about that. That just runs itself. How much power do these assemblers take? 5 apiece? Arms take 4 apiece. Wow, that adds up. And belts take 1. Interesting. And miners take 10. Okay. We'll get a little bit more power going here. And I'm thinking the next thing we should automate is influencers, as I will call them. Power poles, as we could call them. They're Instagram influencers, okay? Gotta make sure everybody has their TikToks. Yeah, Walter, that makes modules even less of a good value early on, for sure, because I'm spending a ton of power. I'm spending, you know, what is that? Yeah, that's 109 energy. Because I'm spending 4 to put it into the chest, and then 4 to get it out, right? So you end up, that's 8 power alone you're spending on doing nothing, technically. So yeah, modules are very much not something I should have gone with at this point. In fact, can I copy what's in the module? Thank God. I was scared for a second that that wouldn't work. Alright, so that should save me a bit of power. Yeah, early on modules are just bad blueprints. I agree. I don't think I realized... I thought they would maybe be smaller, or you would be able to have just one input or output. I didn't realize it quite literally is just like the same thing. And you just have to feed. It's almost like there's a, it's almost like Factorissimo with the chest inputs and outputs. It's kind of like the same idea where it's like you got to put it into a chest just to take it out of a chest and then do something with it. But with Factorissimo, it's smaller on the inside, or bigger on the inside, whereas here it's not. So at least for now, I don't think we need to touch modules. But I'm glad we played with it and learned about the 1% rule, and we learned what we did. And now I want to work on the output chest thingies, providers, and influences. I think complex, there's an upgrade later. It said something about it accepting belt inputs. They don't yet, but the tech tree, I think, gets you there or something. I need 4 cable, 4 wire, chest and chips, which is rods and screws. And cable and wire are probably both just 1-to-1 copper. That's my guess. No, copper gets you 2 wire. Okay. And cable? Is that cable? Cable is super amount of wire. Okay, interesting. And then a chest was rods and whatnots. So let's do some coal coming over here. We're gonna do some smelters. We're gonna do 2 for wire. And that is a 1 to 2 recipe. It's our first, I might add. Funnily enough, oh, I'll just do this. There we go. Smart, I'm smart. Built input for modules is a later research, says Walter. Got it, thank you. Okay, so we'll make the copper, we'll make the wires. One of you needs to make cables, and then that can be the influence. And then we need chips. What the heck is a chip? A chip is an iron plate and a wire. Okay, that's what I was afeared of. So we're gonna need iron. Let's see if we can fit this all in here somehow. Because I want to make chest and then chips. Just then iron and wire. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Let's see. What if I do this? Thanks, Complex. Total professional factory game player here. Okay, so that's gonna make the iron, and then I need... What was the chest again? Rods and screws. Oh, jeez. So then we're gonna have to have 2, and then the chest maker, and then the chip maker. Maybe I do the chip maker here, so we can use up that wire. Because that's the only place we need anything copper related. So we can do that. And then I can output more plates over here. And then we're gonna need rods and screws. Don't worry, this is all going according to plan. Nothing is the matter. This is fine. Alright. Move this over. Yes, I'm building all over the copper. It's fine as well. Rods, screws. Alright, hold on. Let me just delete this for now. We'll figure this out in a second. Rods and screws, then go to make chests. And then we need chest and chip to make the provider, so that could be there. Are we building on a copper patch? Maybe. I haven't noticed. And you don't need to notice either. Alright. Provider, chest. Okay. This is going to be slow AF, but that's okay, because you guys know how this goes. Non-zero is infinitely more than 0. And that's what matters here. Infinitely more. I think that's all we need, right? Did we get it? Did we get it all? It's gonna be really slow. I think we did it. I guess I don't have a storage for chests yet. Maybe... Do I even care? How often am I going to use a chest? Like, realistically. They seem kind of pointless in this game, to be honest. Because buffers don't seem that useful. Given that you're already buffering in the final output. So is there a point to have chests at all? I mean, I probably should automate it. Eventually we're going to have enough providers. I don't need 200 providers. How about 50 providers? That seems like enough for now. This will run. Let's let it run to 100. But yeah, I will get chests going as well. So I think the way to do that is delete and then move this down. And then we can do some sort of something like this. So we'll give them to providers first, and then we'll give them to provider crafting, and then we'll give them to providers. And then this needs to go. Oh shoot, that's gonna mess this up. I guess now we go around this way. Reverse, reverse. Okay. Now we're waiting on iron. What's up, Mellow Inventor? This looks nifty. Less than $5 too. My dad just got me Shape as 2 though. Been enjoying that. Oh yeah, Shape as is great. And yeah, this game is on sale right now, by the way, everybody. It's like literally $5. So as much as you may look at the graphics and judge them, it is also a $5 game. And I've been having a lot of fun with it so far. So I will not be judging the graphics. They are what they are. It's clearly not a game made to look like Satisfactory. So we automated all the things. I don't have the splitters yet. I don't have furnaces. That's what we're missing. What's a furnace burner? Just the stone bricks. Okay, that's right. So then I'll probably just make that right here. It's easy enough. And then I should move that over so I'm getting the proper amount. And we're low on power, so I need more of these guys. Can we squiggle, or do I need 3 squares to squiggle? Like, will this work? No, because it covers one of them fully. Yeah. I thought it wouldn't work. I just had to try. Honestly, the amount of detail in each sprite is crazy. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, they're very high resolution sprites. Like, I do think that they look good individually. But yeah, when you're kind of zoomed out, the look and feel is a bit, I don't know, it weirdly reminds me of like Total Annihilation. It's like the gritty high res or something. No, Complex, we do still need to automate, to answer your actual question. We do still need to automate the production of these burner generators, I will call them. I don't know why they're just called burners. I feel like they should be called generators because they generate power. And I don't know what the recipe is for that either. Oh, it's also just stone bricks. It's literally the same recipe. They're the same picture. So in that case, we need a bit more stone, I think. Oh, that's not what we want. Okay. Clear that out. Let's copy this. Or no, let's copy the part that actually is correct. Control C. If you hit C without hitting the control, it annoyingly goes to whatchamacallit? the modules thing. So I feel like I might change that. If you can change hotkeys, that might be worth changing for me. Okay, so there's the stone, and now the coal. We do this, and I also think it would be a good quality of life to, if you hit delete again, that would be the same as confirming. Although then people might fat finger it and accidentally hit delete twice. So maybe that's bad, but I personally don't like... I don't know. I almost wish there was a threshold. Like, if you're deleting less than 50 buildings... I guess there's no undo button. Yeah, I guess since there's no undo button, you kind of want to be sure that you're properly deleting things. And now I need to clear all this. Is there a way to clear... like individual belts? No. So I guess the easiest way is to just delete it and rebuild it, because there was the wrong thing on those belts. And on that belt. Okay. I think we're good now. Nope, that one's holding the wrong thing. Yeah, exactly, Walter. It's so easy to think, oh, I want that, and then if you actually had that, you would also complain. It's interesting because there's a give and take, and it's like, if you find something annoying when you're playing a game, then that does mean there's an opportunity there for something to be improved. However, as the user, sometimes the thing you wish would change, that's not always the thing that would actually improve the experience. So it's like, and this happens a lot. I read a lot about game design and stuff, and it's interesting because a lot of devs are like, all feedback is good feedback. The problem is users often focus on 10% of their energy on what the complaint is, and then 90% of their energy on what they think the solution to that complaint is, when often it's either not possible because of the code base, or it's not the direction the devs want to take the game. And so often it's like, really what you want to get at is what's the core felt need that the user's having that they're not getting, and doing something to address that. Often it does not look like the solution that the user thinks it would. But yeah, it's important to just figure out like what is the annoyance that you're having and how can we make that better? Because like it is kind of annoying that you have to move your hand over to the delete key. Like, can I rebind that? I like how escape just straight up, there's no menu. It's just like, do you want to exit the game? Again, feeling like a 90s game there. So I assume there's no key rebinding in this game. Should probably, okay, it is auto-saving frequently. That's good. Almost feels like I'm trying to do Linux here. Oh, did I do this wrong? Yeah, Wascally, the other thing is like some devs just don't handle feedback very well because they don't realize the aspect that I just said. They actually do focus on what the user is talking about rather than the felt need underneath what the user's talking about. Because I think often devs get either, and not all the time, like, you know, you look at professional devs and they do this well, like Coffee Stain. Coffee Stain Studios is great. You know, they take their player feedback and they acknowledge like, oh yeah, we realize that's hard for you or that's annoying, and here's what we can do about it, and here's what we can't do about it, and here's what we want to do about it, which may not align at all with what the, you know, the users are complaining about. But then other devs, especially like solo devs or indie devs, sometimes are like, well, that's just how it is, or that's the way I want to make the game, or that specific thing will never change. And it's kind of frustrating when it's like, okay, but why not? Like what's preventing? Clearly your user is having a bad experience, and that's useful feedback. And the user's having a bad experience for some reason. Sometimes it's because the user's a dummy or whatever. Like, that does happen. But even then, it's useful feedback because it's like, well, what was happening to prevent them from learning the thing that they could have learned as they played the game or whatever, you know? And so it's like really every piece of feedback, even from people that are flaming or you know, even flaming people or people that are just angry, like, that's still useful feedback. You just have to ignore so much of it, right? And you just have to let it wash off your back. So I don't envy devs. It's not easy. I have to do a little bit of the same thing as a content creator. You know, people will make comments on the videos or whatever, and it's like, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but no. Like, I don't really care to do what you're saying. And so there is a little bit of that. You just have to be able to filter things out. Yeah, sorry, Wascally. I'm considering changing the Twitch ad thing. This is a little bit of an experiment, so I ask you guys to be patient with it. Now, I don't want to. The goal is not to make so many ads that people feel like they have to subscribe. That is not the goal. It is true, however, that you can sub on Twitch and that will remove ads. So there is an option. It does cost money, and I realize that not everyone either wants to do that or has the money to do that, and that's totally fine. There's no pressure to do that. But yeah, it's a little bit of an experiment for me. You know, as a full-time content creator, making that change in the last month, I'm trying out some different things. And the ads on Twitch thing is a bit of a tryout. The juice may not be worth the squeeze. I'm actually guessing it won't be. I probably will change how the ad stuff on Twitch works, but I needed to try it because it's a different model. And so yeah, I just needed to experiment with it. So. Also, Walter, you've also seen devs that try to implement all the user suggestions. Yes, that is a big problem when devs don't have enough of a backbone. And they really are like, yeah, oh, that's a great idea, I'll do that. Oh, that's also a great idea, I'll do that. And then they just kind of end up, every suggestion that sounds good, they don't really measure it against like the core design philosophies and their design direction, and so a lot of things end up meshing weirdly when you just add a bunch of good ideas. It's kind of like when you're playing Magic the Gathering and you have a pile of good cards, and that's really different than like a synergistic deck where everything is in the deck for a reason and it works with the other cards in the deck. That's very different than just like, oh, that's a good card, I'll put it in. Oh, that's also a good card, I'll put it in. And one of the decks is far better than the other. So. Alright. Look at this. We've got ourselves a factory. So, do we have all the buildings now? We've got belts. We've got crossings. The crossings are really slow right now. We've got arms, got assemblers, got furnace burners, got miners. I'm running low on power. I have burners. Let's add some more burners. I'll fit in more here, but then I'm gonna run out of space, so. I think I'm also out of coal for the burners. So let's get that going. Hopefully we don't death spiral here. Because yeah, the problem right now is actually just the amount of coal we have. It's always good to have a little bit, if you're in a situation, and Factorio is this situation if you don't have any priority-based stuff. If you have the exact amount of miners that you need, then that's a problem, because as soon as power goes lower, you're mining less, and then that gives less power, and then you get into the death spiral. If you have, say, twice as many miners as you need, then you can handle all the way down to a 50% power brownout, while the miners are still giving you enough coal to make full power. So, and that is how this game works, is just a brownout situation. So if I add more miners than I need, then that allows me to brown out and not go into a death spiral. So that's how we're gonna do that. I'm just gonna... That's probably way more than I need. I have no idea how much one of these makes. Or sorry, I do know how much one of these makes. I have no idea how much one of these uses. I guess I could time it. Let's time with the watch here. How much time do we get off one coal here? Oh, the problem is it's not at 100% load. I guess it's pretty close to 100% load right now, actually. 2,000 out of 2,000 power, so. Oh, now we're not quite at 100% load. 95% load. Okay, it's about 15 seconds. Ish. So if I'm guesstimating, then one of these can run about 4 burners. Yeah, satisfactory. Pew! Everything turns off. The worst sound imaginable. Alright, am I even making these yet? No, I didn't connect this. Wait a second. I forgot about cables. Wait, what's going on? What am I... Oh, I just, like, didn't finish this. Okay, there we go. And I never even made the thingy. There we go. Now we're making influencers, aka power poles. Let me grab something real quick. Okay. So what's next then? I think what's next is actually making more than just spaghetti. Yeah? Yeah. Maybe I make a bigger research setup. I don't have any coal over here though. Maybe I go over here. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Though I'm gonna need way more power, so is that the next thing I set up? Surprisingly not very much coal. Okay, so here's a bunch of power. Let's do that. Oh, how many? Oh no. How many can go on one belt? Moving by 1/5 per CD. So I think it's about 3 items per second, which should be about 6. No, 12. Because that's 4 seconds per item. So about 12. If they were running full tilt, but some of these miners aren't. So that's probably about right, actually. And we said each one of those can support about 4 burners. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Seem to have run out of burners. That's problematic. The thing I don't know is if you can have disconnected grids. Let's check that out. Like if I delete that, does that still work? Yeah. Yeah, so you can kind of just put your power plants wherever you want, really. And that's true of any I mean, since there's all resources everywhere, you really can just put your builds near the ore patches where it makes sense. I do wish the ore patches got bigger somewhere. These are kind of small, given the way you have to set things up, and like, they don't get bigger other places on the planet. It's just all the same. So, yeah. Yeah, complex. The 2 megawatt lamps is absurd. That's so much power for a lamp. Why am I not making... Oh, that's why I'm not making the burner. I was gonna say, I'm like, I know I automated that, and I didn't. I got very close to automating it. But this is what we were lacking. Okay. So that'll get us the power that we need. I'm gonna amp up to 15 there. And what else is like at its limit? Belts are at their limit. I'm gonna go up to 600. That'll cost a lot of iron. The providers are... I have 17, that's plenty. The influencers use 10 power. It's worth thinking about. And then, what's this one? Oh, that's just the furnace. Yeah, okay. Okay. Feeling pretty good about all this. Let's get some science going so we can do long inserters. So, science right now is just iron. Science tier 1, at least. So let's copy this. This is a good section for iron and coal. This is also problematic. You can't tell what direction these belts are going. That's interesting. Yeah, they're going the wrong way. But you can't tell unless you zoom in on those little gears. So I have to... Annoyingly. There's not a different way I could have done this, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, the problem is that the curved belt doesn't have a graphic. Like an animated graphic for some reason. It's just that curvy look. I don't know why it doesn't have arrows. Maybe inserters can pick up from crosses. But then... Oh, did I not try that? I thought I had tried that. We'll try it. Where are my miners here? You think you tried it and the cannon will take items from both inputs? Yeah, what we need to see here is if it takes from the side. Well, that seems like good news. Let's see, let's just make sure. Let's wait until it backs up. Yeah, it seems to be fine. Okay, well, yeah. I swear we did something like that earlier, but clearly not. Clearly I did not do what I thought I did. So that makes it a little easier then. And I don't know, I guess I don't need that extra square. Okay. And just for consistency, I'm gonna have those on the same part of the furnace. Alright, there we go, there we go, there we go. Alright, 6, 7, 8. Sure, we'll do 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I will say I find it kind of annoying that their rate depends on how many, because then it feels like if you want a specific rate, you have to avoid all the edges of the patch, which significantly decreases your usable area. So I don't love that. Let's just put some power over here. I should blueprint rather than... I had the same problem with shape as I would build something that's like 15 large manually rather than just copying a smaller thing that works. I like that we're already feeling like I can build big here. I like that. I'm just copying and pasting things and it's working. All right. Copy. Some more power going here. And then I guess I could just take that, copy it, and plop that on any coal patch anywhere. And be like, more power. Except for the part where I don't have enough of the burner generators, but it's kind of nice. Cool. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm missing a significant amount of arms. There we go. There we go. Alright, now I already forgot. What's the research pack? Research packs are... literally a gear and a plate. Okay. Now, How long does a lab... oh, I need chips and wires to make labs. Crap. Crap. I forgot about labs. I think I have just enough coal over here to bring over some coal. And we're gonna work on, oh, I also realized these take energy, so I need to delete the ones that I'm not using. I had thought they were free when I had placed these. I could redo all my squiggle spaghetti? No, I would never redo that. It's still running. It's all running properly. Oh, you mean this? Yeah, it's not worth it. I'm a fan of leaving starter bases maybe far longer than they should be left. Okay, so I'm gonna get some more iron here. I really don't like that C and Control C. I feel like I've hit Control C a bunch of times and it's not working. I don't know if like I'm hitting the hotkey wrong or if it's some lag time on something. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, I really wish there was a flip button. There's no flip. If there is, I don't know what it is. Menu, selection. Copy. Let's see. I don't see anything. Huh. Alright, well, let's just do it this way, I guess. It's crazy to me that belts take energy. I still don't know if I'm a fan of that. It's certainly different. So like me doing this is going to save me a few power. Nope. I need the outserter. That's the other thing I miss from Factorio is you can put miners next to belts. That one's really bad. So let me do 3. Those 2 are full. Okay. So then we've got copper and iron plates here. And I need to make the labs, which is chips. Was it wires and chips? I already forgot. Yes. So I'll need a few wire makers. And then chips were iron plates and cables or wires? Iron plates and wires, okay. So then we don't need any copper for anything other than wire. So I will feed in like so. You know, I haven't even looked at the rates. Do I need that much output? It says 8 seconds to make 2 wire, so I don't think I do. I think it's just about right the way it is. So there's our wire. The chip maker takes 4 seconds. I think I only need 1 of those. I have not been paying attention to my numbers. I have no idea. Because if I have 2 inserters running, that's 1 every 2 seconds that I'm getting. I don't know. All I know is this is gonna make labs. The thing is, though, why put a limit? Why put a limit on this? Like, the only thing this is costing me is power to run this, and power is pretty close to free. So why not just let it run forever? And that's the same with all these. Like these, well, this one needs to back up, I guess, for the sake of that, and I'm probably not going to need 1 billion providers. This one is self-contained, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna take off the influence limit. I think even if that's running full time, it'll still have wires to send over to the provider maker, I believe. I guess I need 2 for the input. Maybe. No, because I need 8 chips. So it's the chip maker that's going to be running constantly. Which means I would never need 2 inserting wire over here. So those are unnecessary. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Now we can keep making research. Which was a gear and a plate. How quickly is a gear made? Are they all the same speed? Yeah. The thing I don't know is how long a research takes to research, if that makes sense. So could be any amount of time. Yeah, I'm just gonna go vertical here and do that. Basic like gear feeds in to this guy. And then, well, what I'm trying to figure out is if I need, it does say CD 16, which makes me wonder if it's 16 seconds. It was definitely going too slow before, so I will need more labs for the amount of, you know, pieces I'm making. So two, that consumes 1, that consumes 2. We're making 8, so I can do 2 more. And so then the number of labs, 4, 5, 6. That's all I have for now. I wouldn't normally do it that way. I'd normally flip this belt around and come back up, but that takes another 30 energy I don't really need to spend here. So, place our power poles. Oh, that worked out perfectly. And this should get us a nice little research engine. Except I should delete that one so they back up. Yeah, this came out today, Peloton. And it's only $5, so go pick it up. It's on sale right now. You too can be factor Y-ing. And I mean, look, we still got lots to do. There's space. We get to go to other moons and planets, which I don't really know what the purpose of that is yet. It seems to have the same resources, actually, so... What's the point? Could the point possibly be that you have need for more resources and you literally just have exploited all the resources on your home planet? That seems unlikely. There's an absurd amount of resources here. So I wonder what the purpose is then of colonizing other planets. Curious. Oh, there's titanium. Okay, never mind. There are other resources. Oh, I see. Titanium and uranium are found on that one. This one has titanium and uranium. That one has oh, that one doesn't have anything extra. Okay. That's just iron, copper, and stone with no coal. This guy... Titanium and uranium. Tiny little moon here. Copper field. It just has copper. Oh, wow. It's 50% copper, that moon is. Iron moon. Same thing, but with iron. And let me guess, are you stone? Are you the stony planet? Or is that coal? That's the coal planet. Okay. The moon is called Nicol. Fun. And there's one way out somewhere. Where are you? No? Not seeing the planet. Or is this just the outer ring of the solar system? So I'm not seeing a planet on it. Okay, never mind. I think that's just the boundary. Okay. Cool. Cool. Alright, what are we gonna research? I forgot to select something. So, probably should do long inserters. Start out with that. You wonder if people are gonna mod this game? I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. Well, I guess I'm not. I don't even know if it's possible. I also don't know if the game's player base will be large enough for modders to show up. But I don't know. I've seen a surprising number of games get modded that you would never have thought would. So I need twice as many. I need 8 more. Because I think 4 can run off of one of those productions. So I think I can do this. And then I just need 1 more. That should be a pretty good setup for Research 1. Yeah, complex. I was wondering that too. You could have a make everything blueprint. You know, that I don't know what all is possible, but you could just plop it over. I guess the problem is you wouldn't know where the miners need to go in the bigger blueprint. So you'd have to have like a mining blueprint. But I don't think you can put miners in a module. Yeah, it doesn't let you place them. So you'd have to do all the mining somewhere else and put them into some sort of make everything module. I need way more power, I just realized. That's bad. Guess that will help a little bit. So I guess what you could do... See, I just hit Control-C. I'm 100% sure of it. I don't know what's going on with the Control-C thing, but it's not quite responsive in the way it should be. It keeps... Yeah, I just hit Control-C. I think it's like if you're not holding Control for long enough. Yeah. It's like it's thinking I'm hitting C. I don't know. Either way, what I'm trying to say is you could make a blueprint kind of like the factorial ones where it's like you feed in all the resources and it makes X amount of science per minute. You could totally do that here. And then you would just need to go somewhere where all the ores are present, plop down that blueprint, feed in the inputs, and then you're good to go. But because there's no way, I don't think there's enough logic and stuff where you could somehow place a blueprint that would know where to place the miners and where not to and stuff. Guess you could have, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's possible. I guess you can place them off of ore. So you could have some sort of crazy factory that, you know, like places miners like this and somehow snakes belts around and filters things and makes everything you want. Maybe it's loosely possible, and then you could just paste it anywhere, and as long as it's covering all the resources, you know, it would probably be a decently large blueprint, you know, something like this big to be able to do all the things you want to do. I don't know. It seems really bad, though, to me, to try something like that. Like, it would just be really inefficient. But could be cool. All right, our science is almost done. Oh, how much power do the labs take? That's probably where a lot of it went. Yeah, they take 50 power apiece. I was not quite ready for that. Found it, sending a link on Discord. Yeah, I love seeing that stuff. I think I've seen the one you're talking about. Okay, so now I have long inserters, which really continue to look like bugs. They look like a weird beetle now with a long snout. How do I craft these new beautiful long inserters? I need an arm, 2 gears, and 2 rods. Interesting. So... Really wish we could flip blueprints. Let's do this. So this is going to be a long inserter factory. Okay, and then I only need 4 smelters. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, no, no. No, no, no. Okay, so there's that. And now, let's see, what do I need next? I need... Well, I need to figure out the chain of events here. What do we got? We've got... We need to make the arm first, which is 2 plates and 2 gears. And then 2 gears and 2 rods get added to that. So I need 2 plates, 4 gears, and 2 rods. 2 I do nothing with, 4 and then 2. So I need 2 and 1 is what I need in terms of gear and rod makers. So I need 2 rod makers, 1 gear maker, and then we can just use one of the plates. Excuse me, as is. I don't know why I'm so hiccupy. And then we can make that. Plates and gears, and then you. Gears and rods. Maybe that should be the final. Trying to think of the easiest way to do this. Wait, what? I did not delete the one I meant to delete. I think the time is 8 seconds. So one of these will actually fully supply. Okay, never mind. We want to space it out then. I thought we were gonna need only 1. I'm used to Factorio where that sort of thing is more the case. But in this case, I think we actually want something like this. Because that's 8 seconds. But each one of these is going to use a full miner's output. So that'll use one output, that'll use the other. So I don't need more than that, because then we need the other half to make gears and rods with. So never mind. So we need another one making a rod and a gear. Oh, but now my brain hurts. Do we only need 1 rod maker after all? No, I think I need another one. I think I need another one. So let's do it like this. That'll be rods, that'll be gears. And that'll be the tier 1 arms, and then we're done. Power's doing okay. Which is good. So are we going to be consuming all of it? I think so. Yeah. I think once it's all running, it'll consume all the iron. What's going on? Oh, I'm making rods here. That needs to be gears. Whoopsies. And I'm not feeding iron plates into that. 2 problems were happening. Yeah, so that should run constantly now. And that should allow this to run constantly. I think we actually did that correctly. For once. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Beautiful. Now we're getting a long inserter every 4 seconds. Which doesn't sound like much, but when you think about 15 per minute, that starts to add up. Oh, wait, are they... They're only halvesies? Interesting. Oh no, they're full. Okay. The arrow, graphically, should extend to this tile. Because that makes you think that... I mean, I guess it's just telling you what direction it's going, but I feel like a little white arrow that goes into the next tile would be nice. So that you know what tile it's going into. Sweet, so long inserters will help. Now I can make this a lot better in the future. And let's do some more research. What's next? No, I didn't mean to click that. Yeah, I don't love this tech tree, that's for sure. Basically I need to find things that only take tech 1. 3 belt mixing I could do. A lot of these take research. What does RT even stand for? Research tier? Maybe it's tier. I can do the faster... Yeah, let's do the faster arms. Mark 2 arms. And then we'll do the 3 belt mixing. How many hours did I put into Shape as 2? I played about 25 hours, I think. I beat normal mode. No, this is pretty good. I do think I'll want to go back and try the hexagon shapes at some point. It was just such a smooth game. It was really satisfying to play. So I was a pretty big fan of that. What do I need more of? Power? A little bit more power, maybe? Oh, I haven't finished this build. Let's finish that build. I don't even know. What's the number here? I've got 8 miners to 8, 8, 6. Maybe I'll do 8, 8, 8. And that supports then brownouts to about 75%, I think. So that seems to be a decent brownout prevention. Or death spiral prevention, I should say. Okay. So the research pack 2. Oh, you know what? I still haven't made swappers and splitters. Or mixers. Let me make those. Right. That's the next thing to do. Let's do that over here. So the recipes are just belts and rods. Okay. So I need a crap ton of rods. The time to make one of these is 24 seconds, so that's 6 rods worth. So I do only need... Interesting. I do only need 1 rod maker each. And a belt maker makes a belt every 4 seconds. So I need 1/3 of a belt maker each. And And a third of a belt maker means we only need a third of a gear maker and 2/3 of a smelter. So 3 smelters should run all of these constantly, I think. Because if that's making rods, yep, that's the full rate. And then this makes gears into, let's see, so we put the belts onto a belt, feed those in, those get fed in, the iron will come up past here and go into those. Like this. So that's for the smelted iron. Do I think the developers should add trees, cliffs, and waters, Peloton? That is an interesting question. I would lean towards no. We already have water, by the way. There is water. Water's kind of pointless in a game like this. It's just space you can't build. It doesn't, and mountains are the same, actually. So there actually are mountains. It's a little different than cliffs. Cliffs are just annoying, and I don't think this game has the right tools to deal with them. So I don't think a game like this should have cliffs. And if it did, it would just need cliff explosives, and then you're just back to the classic factoid of like, well, I just need to automate explosives, and then I can not have cliffs anymore, and then what's the point of cliffs? Okay, so then this guy... So I can do it this way. And then I'll just bring some iron down for you. I think I said I needed 3 though, right? Yeah. And then this is gonna be long inserters. So now we've got a more standard setup here. One, 2, 3. And then coal. 1, 2, 3. Alright, we gotta power all this up with our power poles here. And let's see if it works. Yeah, cliffs are obnoxious. I will play with them when I play Space Age, but it really is not my favorite mechanic. I don't really appreciate, like, oh, I would like to build these assemblers in a straight line, but I can't, so I have to spaghetti and squiggle things around. And that's how you play until you get cliff explosives, and then you need to carry cliff explosives everywhere until you finally get bots that can then automate blowing up of cliffs. Like, it is satisfying to have it automated finally, but I don't know. It's just not my favorite thing. Sue me. Sue me. Or don't. I'd rather not be sued, but you know what I mean. Alright. Are you gonna do what we want you to do? So you're doing gears into that, and we've got the plates, and then that goes on this belt. And then I need, what, long inserters going into receptacles. That's gonna be making rods. I think this is all good. Ooh, we've got tier 2 inserters unlocked. So now all my blueprints are useless. How do you make tier 2s? How much faster are they, by the way? They're 4 times faster? No, just 2 times faster. Okay, 64 ticks to turn. And they require an Mark 1 arm, 4 gears, and 2 motors. That's a new... I haven't needed any motors yet. Motors are 2 wires into gear. Or 2 gears. Interesting. Okay. Alright, well. Seems like we're running. Oh no, are these slower? Oh no, I didn't realize they're half speed. Long boys are slow boys, is what they are. Jeez. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, but that should basically get it so that things are running full time. I think. Oh, I see. The belts are gonna have to back up, right? Yeah, because we only need 1/3 of a belt maker. So for a little while, we're not going to be getting this second one until the belts are all the way backed up, and then that's going to... Okay, so that'll take a while, but once it's backed up, it should steady state okay. If I did the math right. Because in the time it takes to get 6 rods, I'm going to need 2 belts, which is 4... Oh, no, I screwed up. I need 1/3 of a belt for each of these, which is 2/3 of a belt, which is 4/3 of an iron line. So that means I need 4/3 of an iron line, which is more than 1. And those each need 1. So I'm glad I looked at that. Then I need another one of these. Ah, Control C, man. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's like I hit it. I definitely am hitting Control C, and it's, I don't know. Like, I've never had issues with Control C before in any game, but it keeps opening that menu. Wait, and you can't change the hotkeys. There's another feature that feels a bit like, would that be that hard to add that feature? That's a pretty standard game feature, being able to change hotkeys. I don't know. I love this game, but it has so many weird quirks like that. The fact that there's not even a menu when you hit escape. You'd say far side coal, but plates are 1-to-1 ores. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But I think we're good now. And that will get us all the swappers that we want. Now I could use swappers for smelters as well. We'd already discussed the option where you just have something like this going on. No. This. And then basically you can just copy this as much as you want now. Ugh, Control C does not work right. That's actually really bothering me. The other things that I've made comments about have been things that don't matter as much, but the Control C one, I don't know why it's like, here, I'm just hit there, failed, worked, failed. Like, you just have to really slowly hit Control and then hit C for it to work every time. If you hit Control C real fast, it flubs, and that's super annoying considering how often you hit Control C. Anyway, this would work because it would just swap iron and coal, and then that would get the iron, and then that would get the coal, and then that would get the coal, that would get the iron. So that's probably the long-term build rather than using long inserters. Is a swapper cheaper than... Is a swapper plus an arm cheaper than 2 long arms? I don't know. It'll end up working about the same. What about power usage? Those use 3 power. Long boys use 4 power as well. So this is cheaper because this is equivalent to 2 belts anyway. So it's only spending 1 extra power and we're saving 4. So it is more power efficient to do it this way as well. So that's kind of my classic blueprint here. I also wish there were blueprints. We can make modules, but because of the modules needing a spot to load in and a spot to load out, now I kind of am just like, wait, where's my blueprints for regular usage? Interesting. I mean, I should probably leave that there just for blueprint usage. And then I can turn it all off so it doesn't cost power. Alright, is this now working properly? No, it sure isn't. I got coal on this belt. Was that? Yeah, that was just a problem from when I added one more. Is there any coal on this belt? Nope. Peloton, you do need power poles. They're called influence. And they're pretty huge areas, but they also cost a little bit of power themselves. But they don't need to be connected to each other. So you can have areas like out here where you're doing something else. Which, speaking of, Control C is frustrating. I'm gonna make some more power just because I can. And I think this last one's gonna need a little bit more. Yeah, they're basically substations and they don't even have to be connected to the main network, so it's pretty chill. Yeah, exactly, Walter. It's just the gulag where blueprints live, where you can find the thing to copy. Exactly. Research. That should go pretty quick. Should make more researchers. These in particular look like a building from Total Annihilation. I forget the name of it, but it was like a solar, one of the solar collectors, I think. Speaking of Total Annihilation, for those that don't know, there's a game called Beyond All Reason. It's free, and it is the perfect spiritual successor. I would almost even say copycat successor to Total Annihilation. Like it's very much a copycat. You're like, oh yeah, that building is the ARM solar collector. Oh, that building's the core solar collector. Like it's almost a one-to-one correlation for a lot of the units and buildings. But things are rebalanced, and there's a few changes that are all good changes. There's 8 versus 8 multiplayer, which runs seamless with players throwing hundreds of units around, thousands of units. It's awesome. You should go play if you like that sort of thing. All right, now we've got 3 belt mixing. So a merger, I assume you just push into all, yeah, okay, that makes sense. And a splitter. Now what do they take to build? Belts and rods, belts and rods. So basically the same as what we've got going on over here. So much so the same. that I am going to copy this part and mess up hitting Control C again and put it over here maybe. I really hate that you can't flip. Bothering me. Peloton, it kind of looks like Supreme Commander. No, Supreme Commander kind of looks like Total Annihilation. Total Annihilation was first, if we're going to be hipster about it. And I'm out of regular arms. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Anyway, Total Annihilation was the first game of that genre. Supreme Commander came out, and it was pretty good, but... And it's hard to describe, but Supreme Commander has a different vibe than Total Annihilation. And they've come out with another few games that are like Supreme Commander. There's one in development right now. I forget what it's called. Shoot. And there's even one that came out like a couple years ago that was Supreme Commander-esque. But yeah, Supcom, as people call it, is like a very overlapping but slightly different genre to Total Annihilation. And I think I just never automated arms. No, they're right here. Okay, it's just running too slow, I think is all. Looks like I don't have enough coal here. So I've just been using more arms than I've been making, is what this is telling me. In any case, TA and Supcom are slightly different. There's a lot of overlap, but there's a different vibe to them. They feel different, and it's hard to explain, especially since I haven't played both recently. But I never felt like Supreme Commander scratched the itch. It never quite felt right. And Beyond All Reason feels completely right, because it's the Total Annihilation vibe again, not the Supreme Commander vibe, which again is, at least from a broad scope, basically the same vibe, but they feel different in implementation. And Beyond All Reason goes back to feeling exactly like Total Annihilation. Okay, so what could I not build again? Got mad at me about something. I ran out of arms. So we're gonna need iron over here. Okay, so yeah, deleting is kind of annoying. Look, you have to drag select, and then you hit delete, and then you have to hit enter, but then it automatically copies what you deleted, so then you have to right click to clear that. So it's like select, delete, enter, right click. That's a lot of clicking. That's a lot of clicking. I mean, I'm getting used to it slowly, but... Oh, this is where I ran out. Yeah. Oof, that is actually very annoying. Also, why are these not being made? Oh, you got coal and you too? Alright, I might need to ramp up production of arms. Get in an arms race. I also wish you could drag the screen with the mouse somehow. Maybe right click. Because then you're constantly having to move your hand back to WASD just to find something else to delete. So if you already know you want to delete two things. Yeah, Beyond All Reason is free. I thought I mentioned that. So it's a game that's like Total Annihilation, modernized. It has the best and smoothest controls ever. You can do this thing with your units. How do I describe it? I'm not playing an RTS, but you can drag select a group of units. And then you can right click and drag a line, and it'll drag, and it's like a freeform line. And then when you let go, it moves all of your units to an evenly spaced distribution along that line. So if you've got like 14 units and you want to block a nice canyon area, you can just right click and drag and they'll all go and spread out along that line. You can also attack move along a line. And then you can shift click another move along a different line, and they each, so like each individual unit has a slightly different move order or patrol order or attack order. And so, you know, you can have groups of units patrol in like a broad, so if you've got anti-air aircraft, you can have them patrol in a broad, wide area so they're not all clumped up into one tiny clump. It's so cool. It is a great game. Highly recommend it. Apparently I was missing one there. Was I missing it from whatever I copied it from? No. No, that was right there. Okay, so anyway. Now this is a more belt and less rod heavy blueprint. So I guess I'll just let it go. Can I let it go though? Wait, 4 belts in 16 seconds means I need 1 belt maker each. This is where I really, really need to flip a blueprint. That's so obnoxious. I don't think you can. I also don't think there needs to be a space in between them. Yeah, I'm gonna each give them their own belt maker. That. That should do it. And now we've got enough coal. Sweet. Okay, how's our factory looking? We're making the long inserters. I would like to make the fast inserters. Here we're making the swappers. Here we're making the mergers and splitters. For when I need those. Am I making enough? No, I'm not. Each of those is gonna need I need 1 more, actually. Exactly, we need the blueprint flip and turn mod. I need 1 more. Miner of each type. Okay. And then that should do it, because each of these requires 2, so those will run on 4, and then we need half of 1 running, because this is a 1/4 speed. 16 seconds is 1/4 the speed of like a normal speed, so to speak. And we need 2 rods in that time, so then 4 rods total. So that also means I can just delete this and share. Like that. Perfect. Surprised it took ages for flipping to get added to Factorio. Yeah, I mean, it really did take ages. The reason was because they didn't like what it did with pipe stuff. That's the reason they didn't add it earlier. But I think it still should have been done earlier, even if you couldn't flip certain blueprints. Then again, Factorio was in early access for a long time, so they didn't feel a huge need to get all of those features in ASAP. I think it was still in before the full release, right? But yeah, it did take a while. It did take a while. Alright, the other thing I need is just more arms. Krydax never has enough arms. And that was a screws thing, I think, right? here's a good spot. Yes, Factorio 1.0 was very, very late in the sense that people already knew about the game and loved the game and played tons of the game. I mean, it was like a 5-year early access or longer, but within like a year or two of being in early access, it was already an incredible game. What am I doing? Miners. Yeah, because like I bought the game before it was even on Steam, I remember. So I feel a little hipster about it, but it wasn't. It basically didn't even feel like an early access game, even then, which is crazy. Wow, yeah, we really need more arms. Okay, I'm glad I'm doing this. So arm making is 1 arm takes time for 2, so I need 1 gear maker per arm maker and 2 smelters per arm maker. So then why don't I copy this? Oh my god, that's so annoying. Do that. Ugh. Don't have enough arms. Where are my arms? All right. And then I could just use long inserters temporarily, yeah. Not gears. Screws. No, they are gears. What used screws? Oh, I'm forgetting what used screws in the early game. Belts. No. The crossings. Crossings used screws. That's what it was. Crossings and miners and chests. Okay. Anyway, copy those settings. And we should be... Oh no, crap. Almost good to go. Turn all that on. Power it up. I'm gonna borrow those 3. I guess I can put it there. That's beautiful. Alright, this should be enough arms. We can be the flying spaghetti monster with this many arms. And I will have no limit. What I hope you can do later is have suppliers that withdraw from the limit, so you can place arms in here and then withdraw arms from somewhere else to use in a recipe to make tier 2 arms. I'm curious if such a thing exists. It might not. I might be getting hopeful. Those are all upgrades. Those are upgrades. Those are, yeah, it might not be a thing. Yeah. What's this? Those are smelters. I don't think it's a thing, sadly. I mean, it's fair. It would be pretty powerful if you could do such a thing. Basically just teleporting items. DSP meanwhile. Yeah, exactly. Or ultra late game Pyanodons. How about? With they have the nidus worm things. I forget what they're called. Worms? They're some form of worm. Alright, sweet. So that's an arm every 2 seconds, 30 arms a minute. That should be plenty. And power is mediocre. Should I research solar? I definitely should be researching. There have been requests on the FactorY Discord for a withdrawer to take. Yep, that makes sense. And like I just said, yeah, it would be trivializing logistics. The problem is, it doesn't seem like there's other ways to do logistics in this game. There's no trains, so the only way to get a high volume of items from one place to a faraway place is either a cargo ship or belts. It seems like those are your only two choices. So it kind of forces you to build start to finish production lines rather than production lines that only do step 1 to step 2 or step 2 to step 3. So I don't know how I feel about that. I can see it both ways. Underflow and overflow, interesting. And that's faster versions of belt mixing. Faster. Solar power needs 1, 2, and 3. I guess I should work on tech level 2 now. I feel like there was one other thing I could do first. Maybe not. Also, this hover delay. Why is there a delay hovering over these? It makes sense when you're in the factory that there's a delay, but when you're in the tech tree, it makes 0 sense for there to be a delay. It's because it's like, obviously I want to read what the technology is if I'm hovering over it. So there's another thing that I could see being improved. Remove this hover delay. In the tech tree, specifically, at least. And I don't think I need underflow and overflow. But I'll research it because it'll go fast. I have 32 labs. So I guess this is where, this is where I'm hot. We could make a buffer. If I can find the chest item. So far, this is the first place I've even thought the need for buffer might exist. Also, you say the delay was global until recently. The dev patched in a way to make it context dependent. Oh, okay. So it's close to being what we're looking for then. Item limit. No item limit. No item limit needed. So then I guess we only need 4, right? Of these. And that should basically fill up the whole thing. No game name. What is this? Hey, Howler Gaming, how's it going? It is in the title. It's called Factor Y. The reason there's no game name is because it's not on Twitch yet as a category. Unfortunately. Let me look and see if it's up now. It did just come out today, so... Nope, still not on there. I don't know where Twitch gets their list, but... Yeah. Oh, complex. Yes, that's what we want. We want this to be able to output more. Although, how do I I would need splitters. I would need lots of splitters. Because basically I want to be able to output faster. I could make fast inserters for this purpose. But another way to do it would be to split like this. Wait, I'm not making splitters? Didn't I make a whole factory for that? Somewhere? Yes I did, and I did something wrong. Oh, that's what we did wrong. Forgot to feed that with iron plates. I guess, hold on, I can move that over a scooch, and then we can just do that. There we go, now I'll be making splitters. Alright, so that's good. You did redeem a hydrate. And I will get hydrated, don't you worry. You guys should get hydrated too. Crazy how we just always need more water. Never enough. Alright, now what's going wrong? I just have the wrong thing selected. I don't know what happened there. There we go. Is it? Oh, it's green. It's running. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. What's up, Derpamoo? How's it going? How goeth it? Alright, so back to this idea. I will need some splitters. Because my thought is I can split the input into a bunch of different chests, and then they can all have an unloader. So that way it'll all build up slowly, but then when we're using it, we can use it faster. Another system... I could use long inserters. The problem with long inserters is they're only half as fast. So I'd only be increasing throughput by 1.5, or output speed by 1.5. And I could put limits on these, and then the ones later would start to fill up. But then we have that kind of annoying, like it fills up and then it empties out, and etc., etc. Losing a RAM. I don't know what that means. All random, all mid? That's I think Dota 2 when I see ARAM. But that probably is not what you're talking about. Alright. League of Legends, but yes, okay, I was in the right category then. Go me. Okay, well, I'm just gonna end up deleting a couple hundred research packs here, that's fine. Salsa. Just complete lurking until the opportunity for a shit post comes along. Oh man. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, so that... So that would be 3. I can do like this. So then we can have 9. This is my 9-way splitter. This is so useless. I mean, it's not useless, but it feels useless. Oh my goodness. Wow, I only have 10 chests, so that was pretty much all of them. But there you go. Now you've got perfectly even, I think. Okay, yeah, it is taking turns properly. Yeah, okay. Alright, anyway, back to actually doing research. What else was free? Not free. Only cost tier 1. I think the only thing left is... Oh, we could be doing the research tier 1 part. Oh, that's interesting. But yeah. The next research pack. Research token, there it is. It said it in that text box. RT is research token. I probably should make this a, whatchamacallit, blueprinty thing. Module. I guess, can you do research with modules? No, you can't put labs in the planner. Never mind. That does make sense to me now. Alright, I need more power. Let's copy this guy. And some more power going. Boom. And there's part of me that's wanted to play Dota recently just because of playing Deadlock, which is Valve's new shooter, which is kind of like Team Fortress 2 and Dota had a baby. Or maybe Overwatch? Smite? Overwatch, Smite, Team Fortress 2, and Dota all got together and threw their DNA in a clone lab, and we have Deadlock. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. But yeah. Okay, so what am I doing? Research token 2 now? So research token 2 is quite a bit more expensive, of course. Previous one was just a single gear. Oh my god. It's just a single gear. Not a gear and a plate. Oh, you dummy, you dummy, you dummy. So I can make twice as many. I'm only using half of this iron. Okay, well, whatever. Not this moment's problem. That's another moment's problem. An RT2 requires an RT1. Ah, well, there you go. There's an excuse to use the other one. And 2 wire and a belt. Okay. So then RT1. Let's do gears. And then we do RT1s, which I can never find. There we go. And so now we have 4 units per cycle, a cycle being like a 4-second cycle of an assembler. So now that's 4 units of RT1. And then if I want to use 4 units of RT1, each of these needs half of an RT1 per unit of time. So I'll need 8 RT2 makers. This is my first thing that needs 3 ingredients, too. Because it also needs 2 wires and 1 belt, huh? So then this goes on a belt. And I've got 8 of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many belt makers do I need then? Because I need the same amount of belts. I'll need 4 belt makers. And I'll need 4 wire makers. So it all kind of works out. 1, 2, 3, 4. These can be the belt makers. And belts do cost 2 iron. So that'll be 8 iron right there. Needed. And then 4 copper. Oh, I'm out of assemblers. Time to raise that limit. On you. Let's go to 25. Then maybe I need to make a new assembler thing, because that's going to be 30 seconds per assembler. It's pretty slow. I do have more stone bricks now, though, so maybe I can boost that up. Yeah, actually, I'm going to delete that, and I'm going to take off the limit now. Okay. Anyway, back to this. These are going to be wires. And we get 2 out per 8 seconds. And these use 2. Okay, wait a second. Oh, Jesus. So I'm going to need 8 wire makers then. But those 8 wire makers only need 4 copper smelters. Okay. So that's something, at least. No. Where's my build? So this is my iron smelting. And I'm gonna need a lot. Go ahead and do that. I need to feed it the other way. Copying is frustrating. Oh god. Here, just give me a new one. Okay, so that's the iron. And then how do I manage this? Because we need to feed iron and gears. I don't think I can do that. Oh, maybe I can do the long inserter thing. No, those aren't fast enough though, so I would need 2 of them. And then I would need 2 of these. Oh no, that does work. I don't love it, but it works. And those are gear makers. And then the iron is gonna have to go on a magical journey past these guys and then past these guys. Then we do regular insertion here. right? Just basically recreating Factorio techniques. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops. Okay. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Need some extra there at the end because of speed. Alright, and then we'll have a crossing here. Okay. So that'll smelt all of the iron that we need for these belts, and then finally we need wire. How fast do these belts go again? I already forgot. I think it's 12 per second, so I think I could fit the coal that I need. All onto one belt. Oh. I guess I have to do it like this. So if we have a full belt, then I should be able to copy this and get copper over there. I'll have to figure out which one is coal. I guess an even amount means it'll be in the same spot. So if it's on the top spot and I have 8, it should still be on the top spot. So that should be the coal belt. This is the copper belt. Cross over here. This, and I need 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oof. These builds get big pretty quick for the amount of science I want. Do another crossing. Alright, now, finally, we should be able to feed everything in. I need some space. Ah, crap. This is gonna get in the way. Move it over slightly here. And that's only 7, I think, because I deleted one. So there we go. Now, what can be fed? The RT1s or the belts can both be fed with long inserters. The only thing that needs to be fed with regular inserters is the wire. So that's good. Long boys. And then last input we need is the belts. Crap. I just realized I don't have room for the belt output. You can feed 3 inputs then from the same side? But where would I put the third belt? I mean, I'd have to merge the belts. That feels dangerous. Switchers? Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of ugly, though. I don't know if I want to do that. But yeah, I could have one long and put the switcher in the middle. Not wrong. The problem I'm facing now is this crap. I guess I can move this over 3 tiles with no cost. What even is on that belt? Oh, that's the copper. Okay. All right, belts, go past all that, and finally, we have RT2s. Jeez. I'm proud of that. And that will give me this, and then I think I will just do the... Wait, this won't work. Long inserters won't actually help me extract faster. I can't... Yeah, that doesn't actually work. So really, maybe the best way to get more out of a chest... I don't know if the splitters actually help all that much. Is to just do something like this. I think that's the easiest way. It's a little bulky, but it's the simplest solution. And if I just do 4 of those, now we've got a nice and buffered solution for all of our labs. And now I need a bunch of labs again, which is pretty easy. Whoa. Too far. It reminds you of coming up with progressively more cursed non-sushi into one assembler builds. I don't know what you mean into one. Again, why am I doing this? I need to copy it with that as well. That whole block. The Control-C being as janky as it is might be my least favorite thing of the game so far. It's such a small thing too, like it's just an annoyance, but it's really bothered me. Because it's also visually, like it changes the whole screen, and so when you're not expecting it, it's like doubly, I don't know, disconcerting kind of, like it, you're like, ah, what happened? And then you're like, oh, the Control-C doesn't work right. And I fully admit it might have to do with how fast I press Control-C, but I know I'm not like completely pressing it wrong because I use Control-C in a million other games and in Windows, and like I have zero, it's not like I'm failing Control-C in other games too. So there's something about the way this game is registering the key presses that is doing something weird. And I'm not exactly sure what it is. Oh, like 6 belts? Trying to get 6 belts to an assembler. Yeah, that is pretty spicy. Did I ever do copper mining? No, I didn't. We should probably get that done. That's what this is for. Guess I can do it like that, and then it leaves me room for a crossing here. Well, hope this works. I didn't really count the coal, but it seems like it's backed up. So that's good. And I don't even know if coal can handle this much smelting, like one full belt. One fully compressed belt. It feels like it should, because 320 milliseconds times 3 is still under a second. So it does feel like 15 items, not 15 items a second. 3 items a second is what we're getting, which would run 12 smelters, because those run at once every 4 seconds. So I think that works. We'll have to see. I mean, the last one did just fire off, so... Question is, does it keep firing off? Interesting. It's not enough coal. So a fully saturated belt of coal cannot run 12 smelters. Oh, stretch time. Oh, my poor neck. Yeah, the swappers are wild, but what's crazy is Factorio can do it too. I've seen people do this in Factorio. You know, it's just a filter splitter where you would put iron to the right, and it would send the coal to the left, and then you'd put coal to the right, and you just alternate. So this is very much a Factorio thing, believe it or not. I am a bit confused about the belt speed. Are these slower? Is that the problem? No. It's like it's getting backed up. This one should never be getting backed up because it has less than a full belt downstream. So these are kind of glitchy when combined with each other, is what's going on. So this is where the swapper method is actually failing me. I bet if I switch over to long inserters, this works fine. Let's try. So that's a little bothersome that you get those little issues. I think that's what was happening. We're about to find out for sure though. That one cannot go that way though. We'll find out for sure if the swappers were causing the issue. Which I think they will. Yeah, exactly. Factorio took about 1 billion years to fix all of the belt compression bugs, so the fact that this game doesn't have it solved perfectly is acceptable for now. It is annoying though, because again, this is what happens in the industry, right? Like Factorio is the GOAT, and if it just keeps getting better, it keeps raising the bar for other factory games, right? It's like, well, Factorio has perfectly compressed belts, so it makes it hard. Like, what am I trying to say? It's not that it means other games have to be as good as Factorio, but what it does mean is that the player base's understanding of what's possible and what's nice to have is going to be higher. That doesn't mean that your game has to meet that bar. So far, I would say no other game has met the bar that Factorio has set. But it does mean that, like, there's a lot more little things that you might have gotten away with 5 years ago that you might not get away with now Whereas like back then, players might not have thought a second thought about it, but now they will because of what Factorio does, because of what Satisfactory can do, because of what mods in Factorio can do. There's just so much more awareness that the player base has of what you can and can't do. So, okay, now it seems like we're doing okay, I think. So I do think there's a little bit of a throughput issue on the swappers. So if you're trying to use a fully compressed belt, swappers may not be your jam. But I think we're good now. Alright, now how about the rest of the stuff? Have I even looked? Have we made our first RT2s? We have. Sweet. So that means everything else is working. So the iron is going, and it looks like we are making all the belts. Those 4. They're not running constantly, though. I guess it's still spinning up. They should be running constantly. Same with these, but the copper's just now getting here. And these ones will run constantly once everything else is. And then I can do research. What the heck do I want to research? That's the real question. I like how they queue up a research. Like these have already produced an RT2 research token, and as soon as I select one that has RT2 needed, all of those will be spent. So it's like I actually start out with 32. I don't actually know. Did I build 32? I wish it would tell me how many I had selected of things. Interesting. Anyway, I could research tier 2 belts. That seems like that could be a winner. Maybe I start there. Picker dollies. Oh, picker dollies is amazing. I could... No, can't do that one yet. Space requires RT4. Item stacking is RT4. Nuclear is RT5. Burner upgrades is late game. Mining upgrades is late game. I can get a faster furnace and burner. There we go. That could be good. So that kind of would require a faster... I need to get Mark II inserters going, I think, is the deal. What's up, H's YouTube? Also, I made so many RT2 tokens, but I don't need that many RT2 tokens. What I really need is to double my RT1 production. Which... You know what, now that I'm here, I'm only using half of these right now. So I can do more. Yeah, you were in the Shapez streams as well? Awesome. Awesome, awesome. I need to move these down. You got the game? Yeah, I seem to have inspired a few people to buy Shapez too. I need my... I don't know where my commissions are. They haven't sent me any money yet. No, I'm kidding. I'm happy to advertise for free for that game. That game is amazing. It is very fun indeed. Okay, now this is an issue. You can't cross through inserters. That's where undergrounds are very nice. Like, these belt crossings are very inferior to undergrounds because you can't go, like, past a building or something. Okay, so now I have 8 running, which basically makes this almost useless. This is going to 9. So that's better than nothing, but... And so if I have 8 running, that means I would need 32 labs, which is actually how many I think I have. This game reminds you of Factorio? Yeah, I think that's part of the goal. It's like a little bit of Mindustry, a little bit of Factorio, a lot of very different UI design. And there's planets, and there's these module things which are like black boxes that you can then paste into the world as a black box, and then you feed stuff into it and it just gives you the output, and it doesn't have to calculate all the individuals. So it allows you to like super mega base in the later game. So it's an interesting game so far. Yeah, I think we're using, are we using all of the, can't really tell. I think I need more labs. You could make city blocks with the black boxes. That is correct. I don't really know, though, because you're still going to have to connect all the inputs and outputs to stuff, so I have yet to quite figure out the optimal way to use all of it, but... And it costs you a lot of extra, like, space, because you end up wasting a lot of belts. There are no trains, so that's why it's a little weird, because there's no way to move items around other than belts. There are spaceships later, but I feel like that's mostly to move things from planet to planet, not just move it around one surface. I'm not even sure if that's possible, to be honest. Did I math this wrong? I must have mathed it wrong. Shoot. So I've got 8 of these running. That means I need 1 RT1 per second, which would be 4 of these, right? What's going on here? One RT1 per 8 seconds, and I have 8 of them. Oh, those aren't running because I'm out of iron. Oh, that's because now I'm using... now I am using the extra iron. Whoops. I previously wasn't using that 4 iron, so I made... I think I can do this. Alright, I'll actually take that one from there so it makes compression issues less likely, because then we're doing 11 into 1 instead of 12 into 1. I do think 12 into 1 works, but 11 into 1 is a bit safer. And then I just need 4 more. The black stuff is coal, yes. Alright, I think that may do it, hopefully. Hopefully. Belts Mark II are almost researched. I still need to make... Okay, so that is the end of that. I still need to make the Mark II arms, which are twice as fast. I assume the belts are twice as fast. We'll find out. Here we go. All done. 160, yeah. So belt Mark II is twice as fast. And the arm Mark II is twice as fast. So that all works. But, yeah. All right, well, this game is pretty sweet. I'm gonna be streaming some more on Thursday, I think, of this game, and maybe it can get us through to satisfactory 1.0 release. But I do think I'm gonna be done for today. Maybe tomorrow or Thursday we'll be able to design some more modules. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. What is the game called? It's called Factor Y. Factor Y. It's like factory, but with a space. All right. I'll see you guys later.